Good morning. May we all please stand for the posting of colors. Ado Koigi A. Denepo Ota. Dr. Potero and her students will do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ashwatina Hitsen Elbeta Natae Tahaya
Yeah, thank you. Dinesani Salalto Color Guard. Kwaegi Edna Ashley, retired United States Army, Persian Gulf War, Burnt Water Veterans Organization. Alicia C.C. Baker, United States Navy, Army, Nazlini Chapter Veterans Organization Vice Commander, Chinle Navajo Veteran Organization Secretary, Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council Secretary. Linda Ronhorst Munsalt, United States Navy, Oak Springs Vice Commander, Fort Defiance Agency Women Veterans Representative, Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council Member. Helena Anthony, United States Marine Corps, Vietnam, Shiprock Chapter Veterans Organization. Bobby Ann Baldwin, United States Marine Corps, Chinle Veterans Organization. Mary T. Coho, American Red Cross, Vietnam, Rama Chapter Veterans Organization. Louise Yellow Watts, retired United States Air Force, Hawk Veterans Organization, Honor Guard member. What's naka post of colors and ka de yila do le. Do tehotoi de nepa old ka heha kodoshama or shade Dr. Patero do baotka Miss McCarthy. Qua again hinjuna go and hinal kaalchine dain tindon hinala da ilagi heha. Ado kwaigi boho ahigi kon so the zin bahado zihigi pastor Roscoe Smith Navajo Baptist Church. Kwato nikito the zin khai do li.
Madam Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, I am humbled and honored to come before you, this in the way of opening your spring session in prayer. O God, the eternal Father, the Hittite God, you are set apart, yet you are all present, you are all knowing. You are all powerful and the very authority. You formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. The preciousness of the power of life is before us, in the mysteries of the miracle that surrounds us in your creation. For each breath that we take acknowledges you, Shadian God. The challenges set before us brings together our leaders, men, women, brothers and sisters of this great Navajo Nation Council. Leaders who are given that challenge, the tasks before them, for its people and for the nation itself. Not only does each breath we take acknowledge you, but your mercy that allows us to experience the miracle and the power of life each day. Your mercy towards us new each and every morning, and your grace sufficient unto the day. To humble ourselves before you, the Hittite God, in prayer, the beginning of this spring session and the remainder of this week, sensitive hearts and minds, pray for your guidance and wisdom and knowledge to the challenges of this great Navajo Nation and its people, in prayer to protect the gathering of the Navajo Nation Council in this place of meeting, in prayer to include our Navajo Nation President and his staffing, the Navajo Nation Chief Justice and their staffing, our law enforcement personnel, the employees of the Navajo Nation, our veterans, and those currently serving, and in your love, the Gideon God, to its people, in Christ Jesus our Lord and Savior, Jesus. Amen and amen.
You may all be seated. Pastor Roscoe Smith for providing invocation this morning. Colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and this morning we'll start with our roll call. Colleagues, if you are joining us via Zoom or here with us in the chambers, please press your request to speak button for attendance. Nana, for those who are joining us via online, we are taking roll call. This is our 25th Navajo Nation Council Spring Council Session, opening day.
Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not answer roll call. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson. Honorable Casey Johnson. Honorable Casey Johnson did not answer roll call. Honorable Dr. Andy Ness. Honorable Dr. Andy Ness. Honorable Dr. Andy Ness did not answer. Roll call. Going back up, Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Dr. Andy Ness. Honorable Dr. Andy Ness. Honorable Dr. Andy Ness did not answer. Roll call. Madam Speaker, you have 20 members present, including yourself.
Thank you, staff. This morning, we do have 20 present for a council session called to meeting to order at 10:19 a.m. Do koigi I don't posting of colors and kaalia do an hidden ni hita na being that I don't dalia by tahoto the nepo ultcut by Dr. Platero, Miss McCrae, and Miss Hale. And also the posting of colors was done by Dinesani Salaltsor Color Guard, what an ka at ayilado by Hetanidzen, Ado Kodoshiyaj, Pastor Roscoe Smith, the thought Kodon Sodizin Kan, Nijunago and Kaya Hadzi. And at this time, we would like to go down to number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. First in queue, Vice Chair Simonson, and we have Chair Parrish, Delegate Arviso, what's up, Vice Chair Simonson, recognizing officials and visiting guests.
Oh, yeah, it's Speaker Curley. I want to say good morning to everyone there. Yeah, it's Ka'anakano Yahagi, Ado Ba Hipinzen, spring session. I want to recognize some students that are there from, that have come from Pinyon Unified School District with their teachers and their chaperones, Miss Gloria Denny. If you could all stand up for a moment and wave to our delegates as well as the other folks there in the council chambers. These are the teachers with the Nest Studies program. I just want to say thank you to the school and to the teacher and to the program for producing such excellent young students who are working very diligently on becoming proficient in Dene language. And so I'm really proud of these young folks that made their way there. So I just want to go ahead and mention them this morning, as well as all of my chapters, the people in all my communities of Hard Rock, Pinyon, Forest Lake, Whippoorwill, and Black Mesa.
Welcome to our students here in the gallery. You're probably wondering, looking around, we are wearing teal today to provide awareness to sexual assault. Shade Delegate Amber Kisnabat Karate did an awareness walk this morning from the museum to the council chambers. What's on Chinado, Tweedon, Hizani, what's on Leighton being Dani for to bring awareness on Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Kwagishin Oyo and see Kesto Hashi J Dineska Gombini Nakoto Delegate Amber Crotty. She did ask to be excused this morning, so just keep her in your prayers. Eshin Kodo Batsoti Zindo Lecho Kodo Anina Nishna Dazagi it's ego Naishnado what's we just wanted to put that on record this morning as well. Although Kwagi will go over to Chair Shondine Parrish.
Speaker Curly Otto, yeah, it's a Bennett Arnold so doshik DJ a que bashet hojon doshit, yeah, it's Nijona Godole. Good morning, everybody. It's good to be here back in the council chambers with everyone as we prepare for spring council session. Thank you to the pastor who provided the prayer this morning, to the classes from Deneb Oldscott for opening spring council session with a national anthem and with a pledge of allegiance. It's always amazing to see how an immersion program can make great impacts on future generations. And thank you to those that have traveled to the council chambers today to post the colors. It is with great significance that we pay tribute to our veterans, to those that are still serving and those that we remember for their service. Thank you to the families who contribute to to our servicemen and servicewomen. Today we honor, pay a special homage to our veterans and those that are serving, those who did not come home. So thank you so much. Today in the council chambers, I would like to recognize a few familiar faces that I saw as I was walking in, Speaker. First, I would like to recognize the Navajo County Board Chairman, Alberto Peshlikai, who is in the council chambers this morning. Mr. Peshlikai, can you stand up? We also have Miss Navajo Nation, Valentina Klitzo, who I think is walking around the council chamber somewhere. But we also have Miss Gallup Intertribal Ceremonial, Miss Cleveland, our Cajun Cleveland. Can you please stand up? And of course, I would like to also recognize a former Miss Navajo Nation, Miss Dolly Manson, who is also here in the chambers as well. Thank you all for your dedication to service. That's one of the greatest lessons that I was able to learn when I was Miss Navajo and I was able to hold other titles, was that you put our people first and that you learn how to serve our people at such a young age. So thank you all for your dedication to serving our people. I know at this time we also have a former council delegate, Catherine Benali, who is outside the council chambers, who has organized this morning's walk for advocacy for water. So I just wanted to take the time to recognize Ms. Catherine Benali, who is outside the council chambers at this time. So those are those individuals who I've seen in the audience, and I just wanted to take the time to recognize. But I also wanted to take a moment to recognize the Kayenta chapter president, Dalton Singer, vice president, Sally Chi, and Secretary Treasurer Genevieve Benali, also our chapter administration there, and of course, Denahotso Chapter President Larry Tooney, Vice President of the Denahotso Chapter, Tuli Bigay, the Secretary Treasurer, Miss Richards, and Chilchimbito Chapter. Also, Marcy Williams from the Chapter Manager from Denahotso. And I'd also like to recognize Chilchimbito Chapter. The Chapter President, Paul Madsen, Vice President, Thomas Bradley, also the Secretary Treasurer, Virginia White, and our amazing chapter manager from there, Eugene Bedoni. And I wanted to recognize the chapters that I serve because I've been working very closely with them on projects, and I could not be more grateful for the invaluable experiences and leadership that they have at the local level that also applies to the position that I'm able to serve here on the council. So I just wanted to take some time to recognize the chapters and also our veterans this morning and those in the gallery. Thank you, Speaker.
Chair Parrish, Ado Kuna Ebana Sogi, Honorable Arviso.
Madam Speaker, good morning. Aro in the Dakuna baseball on Nati Slaping Hitorchinigi. Aro, Mr. Roscoe Scott, good to see you. Yate, thank you for the awesome prayer. Aro in the I want to recognize our veterans throughout the Navajo Nation and those that are still serving. Oftentimes, they kind of fall short as far as fundings and recognition. So I want to recognize this morning our veterans of the Navajo Nation and the code talkers. Some folks don't really understand the code talkers, and that's such a precious thing that we have as Navajos. To bahunits and do ba to I see gego ni spahozenda halet epenan nishitayila aron hashchin anita hanada nest anigito bespada hozenda ko epenashni to lesson hits last so edische aro in the da ada hawandet atida otlogi aron dan dat nos kadigi nihili da holno aron da keda to tlehigi Nhi sto eya Nahansis case Nahanside case to election sondishne de benigi biye Aro and dan he Tatnas nilla dan lenigi ajit kitlet sosenelije tobe whiskan bake a hot kale since Tinas basa anja aron that loyage a yambetho Aron the chapter din dal nishigi hehat anosho de nos nisho wal jishako Hut eya it's the last so do chapter done linigido atita at ogido ta at sidigida benashni do leila Madam Speaker, thank you.
Honorable Arviso Ado Kune Banasto Honorable Chair Vince James.
Don Speaker Ado Shik no Linigi Shal Kahasi Lo Shide ya da Vince James and Shiedo Kindatlachi look on Kate Ilti Trahoye Jedit Ho Aja what out Hatnas Nelipat Hat the Shahako Ado and da Shidana Aja Keda Hat Enigi Eko Ado Nana Kodo Heha the Dishni Lo Hewin Zenibena Kodo Nihilna Hol Jish Edat the Liege in Nada Huishi Stag Eljet Neko Oko hot out na nesten sagi o lia ko hotak a holon ko a hat egi dat a kondiena da ba yel titlet a kondiena na sosen da hot na ne ligi da na da big in dash le hot a be ina hot a ya hot a dat ni se ton lebelat khache bezol je hot a da ba ya da title ko abanata huishi selin ko Ado Tata the Gest, Nada Huishi, a con hit the Nakashint, Ashi, Ati, not the Tata the Gest of Berlin, that the whole loco, at the K that echo, a hair with the dish, Janto, yo, a lean than the rat, the pepper rat, Elizabeth, Ashmut, Ayat, a coco, a quat a arch and Nada Huishi is a lean co, Ado Nana, the Bayage, the Hachito, the Mayage, the Betset, the Hakat, the Yanji, the Hatahat Niko, Kot Aban, the Higi Banata, which is a co, a hot, a ho, a hot art, and then hit the Nake, the hut in Leco, a co, a hot a bitch, a hate any sink, the co. Adonana, Kodo, Speaker, a ya, Hinat Ani, in lay that day, stop in the hut at this, top in the hut at yat, a conzad, be ta will be yat eho de ni kato be konsa hata hata zaselin ko ado ni sa kon hatso do zenselin ko yat nat a lini ki ko ado san hinat atan lini do be ke ta hastin selin ko di en lini ki enda hoist let selin ko de do ko ta hot eho shi pabenel ni to le khashi be eho jijon at the moment of silence ba di li ko ado kodo nat ani nani lini nason jono eya inane khan hinat nane nadi nane ta to le chokot in ses case le ko ni has twin hizani de khache al to ko ta hot ko hashit eshin jono ba ta hayado hashit eshin to jo ba ta haliadan ya ta haliadan de konza de a benel ni ho an hayat ko has twido sani It's on that day, ni kahako. It's on that a hunzad and hinanish ni ultra heshi, be hini naniki, but not a hunzad, Bedeni Kahan Leko, Ado Nahalchinayajan, Lenigi, Do Chief Donano Se, Lenigi do Beltkandat Eko, graduation season, Nada Wishiz Eko, Akodanskinko, a graduation gift, and the Niko, the last minute, Hana Nakata, Doko, a graduation season, Otka, Ninda Iltra, Aja, Nada Wishiz, Doko, Asian Hajot, a Nada di Nito, a Nada Hodon, Nathan Lenko, a Nahachinen, Lenigi, a Betcheni Zinto, congratulations, Bedini do Litako. Nakachine de kache ko beltka dat itje ko adonana kodo kinahal gede ade hinat lenigi to ajibandat neshito san khila ko Senator Mark Kelly the offices ando ko edo aden ko go ahead and stand from the hill. From Senator Mark Kelly's office, Yat Ehiko, but Hida Kat So there's a lot of issues and concerns that we would like to share with Senator Mark Kelly, and I will also want you to take note, to take wording back to Senator Mark Kelly that we would like to still meet with him again to come before us at some time when it's convenient for him, in his schedule to come before the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So thank you for being here with us again and listening to our concerns and issue regarding our Navajo people, our Navajo families throughout the Navajo Nation. Akot out abin soido benesh anit the kuije she ba hastito ba hinsendo ba hin zenigi ba hastito leta speaker. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Vice Chair James. The Kunebana Zogi, Honorable George Toth.
Madam Speaker, good morning. Coronat Ani Nitlanige Konara Hilsa. Ado spring session. Adon his staff Lenigito Kon in Hina House Tradon, he visited the Hallam. Ado Salat Soto e Benasli. Sauben by Nagi Nahin has Twidon Hizani dan Lenigi. Hat Khali dan Lenigi Kon Tzilzanye Hatas Zihayol Kali. O Ali Chal Chenut Anda Karo dan Kisno. It is Jinibik El Ehini Na Aronda a different religion do Heha considers in Bendasco Giba Henitson. She Nadishan George Toe from Casimir Lee. And one of the I'm going to recognize my wife, my kids, and also my grandkids. But she's outside somewhere. Also, I have grandkids and my 3 kids. To LDA North Side, just at the Shabeda Hato C. Jeanette Weiss, can you stand up, please? LDA Echo. Could I Hadina Todasan? It's dit leave with the snow. What echo. Here conk. Nada hilsanat anit lenigito conjono shantain lenigin hikinat istlatko. Adon stiat binatitzi. What pindach in it to yat or con citizen behaitzi. Hojon nan starodi no, Zanaribik hojon. Adoshik in Lenigito Benashni Oteshniko. Tos Latsot and then that Bagi Ito Benashni, the Jashin Kon recognized Aliande. Nihut, as sometimes we forget our veterans Toto. Iston live with the gun of a Tacho Gatla. Thank you for your service. Nihedo Hidi Nita said Ota Hinil Intle. So all the veterans in the house, can you please stand besides the council? Ricky Nas, Mr. Arviso, also Sampson, Hedo, Shito, Heshin, areas lots of than it linked as 25th Council. Thank you for your service. Shabihirak, Don Laton Hinat, Ani, thank you for standing up. Ani Hotel, Salazzo, Alleged, Nilako. to tabajino ha ko in lato sanana case leko aro kintra ha de kan his last so to but ha jo by that okay don the she the sneeze there should be no homeless Navajos Indian than he that no than he doje ako Washington on si ko had no Indian to se hiat eta ako the ne any ko se kana hot eta fani la Indian is an hos niko. Also would like to recognize all the chapter official administration throughout the nation, all the division directors dan Lengitoko. Ake kon kina sos trahot doyat sin ko ich hanati zito biswas anit Lengito in his hasito shahwins agisitsu digin hiltaholoro list. Thank you.
Honorable Tot Ado Kune Banasoigi, we have Honorable Chair Jesus.
Yeah, Ado Shadeja, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to greet a warm welcome to my honorable colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and also to all the legislative services staff. Ado, to my relatives in the gallery here this morning, Yat Ehibinenchitishnido, Ado Shik listening on the call here this morning, Yat Ehibinenchitishnido on this glorious Monday morning here. First off, I'd like to acknowledge all the employees of the Navajo Nation across the Navajo Nation, across the three branch governments. I know that you diligently work and do your best with the limited resources to carry out services to our people across the great Navajo Nation and extend it beyond the boundaries of the Navajo Nation. Honorable Claw for getting the veterans opening prayer meeting this morning going at the Veterans Park to you and Madam Speaker, and then also with President, Office of the President and Vice President. Tsadan tsago ba hehasan ku den in hitsalat so hastuisani dan long kung handas ba tsadan tsago and lini ba hehasan. For the reason being, them being at the front lines, we can, sit here at our leisure in what we call a democracy state, and anhin no tadi tato. So I just want to acknowledge all the veterans here in the gallery, my honorable colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and our honorably discharged and dishonorably discharged veterans, and even the veterans as of now that are still serving in the different branches of the United States Army. I'd like to take this time to recognize Team Navajo Department of Public Safety. A couple of weeks ago, Navajo Department of Public Safety did a relay from Baker, California to Las Vegas, Nevada. The runners had placed first in their invitational category and 10th place overall out of 230 teams from across the United States, and these were the runners. Again, I'd like to acknowledge these runners as they had to mentally, physically, and psychologically prepare themselves and how they came together to represent the Navajo Nation. Eric Williams, Jefferson, Joe, John Curley, Terrence Apache, Ronnie Ben, Oscar Ramirez, Siobhan Levi, Jacob Nelson, Daryl Ben, Anthony Lemus, Lawson Harvey, Roger Stash, Christopher Houghton, Andrew Yazzie, Dwayne Simpson, Jalen Chi, Greg Secaretto, Jared Curley, and Dustin Grant. These runners again represented the Navajo Nation with just being of different age category, and it's good to know that They did place 10th overall out of over 230 teams in Las Vegas. I believe it was 2 or 3 weeks ago now. Ako e kutan linigi ye iltahil so the could jadi belk e kai arjun jungo bananish la. So I just wanted to give that recognition here this morning, Madam Speaker.
Shade, Honorable Jesus. Next in line, we have Honorable Daniels. I believe he is calling us through Zoom. Honorable Daniels.
Can you hear me?
Oh, Chiaj, we can hear you. You have the floor.
Speaker, I apologize. Ashma, Ado Kadoshanat, Sheniki, 25th Navajo Nation Council, Shakoto, Abenda for the Zabaha. Of these, so I see, I hear he left us, Equito, I hear the Sazbendo, Adonana Kodo. I just want to recognize 4 chapters that I represent, Kodo, starting with Nasan chapter officials, staff, Old Jato chapter officials and staff, the Dashato chapter officials, Adonana staff, Litigation Ma, the representatives, the 4 regional representatives, Shanat Shenegate, Adonana Economic Development Corporation, the planning and zoning, tourism, a subcommittee, Adonana Mr. Earl Sombrero, staff, chapter official, Shama, chapter official, the 4 chapters, throughout the Navajo Nation, the 78 grazing officials, Eastern Land Board, recognize the Shad on the call. I don't know the Gata. We like about Nay, Sokoto, the Vade, the Shinaka, the Hattinigi, Akwis Ad, Kin Hadas Ad, Shinati, Kasa, Adonana, Kotoba, or Vade gets the last so added and dark, Kasha, Pico, or to open us, NATO, Koto, Shabadin, NATO, and Koto, the laid metropolitan areas, Phoenix, Las Vegas, Salt Lake City, Denver, Albuquerque, and other areas across the United States. The former administration, the NAS administration, President NAS, I know that we're still in this pandemic. Over 2 years of playing, so I think the Nagi, I don't know, that has them a call back to Sazendo and see Zendo a Nahani, they don't have a need in the hall. I see the never call was what to call at the grassroots level, Katadok, a yarn that what I hear got national call or Jiggy, I think Frog, I share the need on the call. The former president, Jonathan Nez, I don't know, the division directors. Dan Lobinan should I actually share the farmer. Of course, as another Russian shares the main that I don't think I don't know if the last thought of without it or share that we should get a nickel, but it is a has 3 or let go. I don't know if the Hashin, the rate of Head Start with this, I don't say the rate of high school, college, universities. Not with the I just want to congratulate all our children that are going to be getting promoted and graduate. I just want to congratulate them. Alfa Baha, Edo, Shed, the Schneedolet, the Hashneda, Siki, you with Wado Iho, Ahot, and Nankin, or you Wado Halogot, and Hashneda, Siki, Arona, the Tweet of Pani, Nastas, Legate, Hido, Shed, Kedi, Nedolet, Alfa Baha, the Ha not Edo, but National Ecuador, Thank you very much for that, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels, Ado Kunenana. We have Honorable Riquinez.
Yat bena Janant I Beshbansa Anna Aro Madam Speaker Curley Yat bena Aro Daisnot I Shike Aro Shidne Notleniki Aro Queen Hilkonothloniki Artsko. I would first would like to recognize my 6th chapter officials and staff and want to thank them for working very hard, and especially with these ARPA projects. And just want to say have a blessed day to them all, the officials and staff. Next, I would like to recognize a very wonderful person. She works for the BIA, and she worked really well for Mr. Bart Stevens and current Regional Director, Mr. Mahoja. We've worked really well with her, RDC, Adon Deta 24th Council, and we look forward to working with her always. She's very professional, good communicator. At the Stanayat Ehin, Lido Bachon, Dr. Curley, Ako, Yoba Henson, Adolego Nabadish Kitko. So at this time, I'd like to ask Ms. Cheryl Curley, please stand up. Ashwada. Thank you. Hey, Jolia, Ms. Cheryl Curley. Thank you very much. To my right on the north side, I have 2 folks from P&M. Kathy Newby, easy. Mr. Pete Kennechity, he's also the former delegate here. Thank you. I don't know that to the south side from Intech, we have Kortasha Upshaw. Koyat Intech, though, always coordinating so much, even hauling coal all the way out to the Navajo Nation and even the Hopi Nation. Thanks to Intech for all the work that they do for the great Navajo Nation. I'd also like to recognize all the grazing officials from the 110 chapters, as well as the land board officers. From APS, Mr. Terry Daesh, Yat Ehepena, and Jenagobasna and Nishadon, that Ms. Susie Baldwin, also from APS, always working well with my District 13 chapters. And the last person that I'd like to recognize is a student from Kirtland Central Broncos. This young man had scored 1,000 points. His name is Satchel Hogue. He's not in the audience today, but I know that they're listening, and I had told them that I would recognize them. So back to you, Speaker, and may God bless each and every one of you.
Honorable Riquinez. Next in line, Honorable Shauna Antlaw.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Ado Anotlo Ade Dasotagi. She Shana and Claude Shijine Ado Dona and Shinigi Aya Hawansan and Shlino Torich Eatney Bashichin Twachine Jashado Kiani Shanelaquit Amado Sunshine. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to recognize the Office of the President and Vice President, as well as the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for your support for our event this morning, the prayers for our active duty military personnel, which was held at the Navajo Veterans Park here in Window Rock. We also have some of our guests here in attendance. First of all, I'd like to thank Shitsila, Mr. Michael Benali, who is in the gallery to my right. Nzi Shitsila. He conducted our traditional prayer and song this morning, so I want to thank him for assisting us this morning with the prayer. Also, we do have our Veterans Administration, Bobby Baldwin and Mr. Olin Kiyomun. We would like to thank them as well. And then also Seraphine Daly Josley for assisting with the recognition of all branches. And then our former delegate of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Honorable Eugene So, also want to thank him. And then of course our leadership, Dr. Boo Nygren and Shadeja, Madam Speaker Curley, thank you for your support and your words of encouragement for all our active duty. And then I also want to just take some time to wish all of our April birthday people a happy birthday this month. For my family, I have a whole list of individuals who celebrate April, starting with my son, who is my firstborn. He was born in April, and he's also active duty in the United States Air Force. I want to thank him for his service. And then also just want to take some time to acknowledge the students that are in the room today and the educators and administrators who have brought them here today. Students, my message to you is that you are here because you want to learn about your Navajo Nation government. And I worked with students for over 26 years, and I know that with the program where you bring them to the council, they learn more about the 3 branches of government. And as you sit there today, I hope that you have that dream to someday take our place here on council, that you lead the people, that you change the laws, and that you create justice for our Navajo Nation people, that you become the champions of the laws of the United States government, and that you recognize and hold true that Denebikea is still worth fighting for. And that you as students, I wish you well on your educational journeys. Thank you for everything that you do. Parents, grandparents, for standing by your students. And then also want to congratulate all of our seniors who will be graduating, as well as our college and university graduates. My hat's off to you for a job well done for the many years of education that you completed. And then I also want to take some time to recognize the executive and the judicial branch. Thank you for the reports that you will be providing here today. And then I just want to say good morning to all of my honorable colleagues from all directions. Thank you for your steadfast leadership. Thank you for participating in the committees that you serve on. And let's continue to plan and to serve our great Navajo Nation. So with that, Madam Speaker, I will turn it back over to you.
Honorable Tlaw. And thank you for also organizing the event this morning for prayer for our active duty troops and also our veterans this morning. We have Honorable Dr. Andy Nez.
Oh, Yate, Shada Speaker of the 25th Navajo Nation, also to our colleagues there facing us, as well as here on the floor with the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Ado Aden Asto Aden Hano Yahi Asto Ahia Akodo Daden Kado Ashabik Aho, Doyat E Benen Hidini Dolate, Sheya Andy Nezin Shia, Oganishli do Todachini, E Bashish Chin. Tchachini da shechedog ash etashnale arakodot sahot so do na konstigo it's etli yasitha da hojne ade chishike do ade ish kodo shamato shamasani yendo shamake ko akishi yata ho a shajachgo e ya tsejin hodok is blue canyon e ajon jagato shnala stas tin ade da kinde. I recognize my matriarch as well as my patriarch, and that's how I come before you here as a member of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Ado kwa eki tchatnas na niki betlanash nisho e tsahot soe nikhe jehen tonel tseledo bek alchi da halia e kwa eki Fortifiant, Sawmill, Crystal, and Red Lake. And I always like to share that there's 4 communities, 4 chapters, 3 counties, 2 states, but 1 mission. And that's how I'm here to work alongside our community members to see what our communities can become. Such an exciting time. Former delegate of our region as well, Mr. Roscoe Smith, thank you for that. And to our kids, our children, as a former classroom teacher, I always give my attention and respects to our educators as well as our students. I see many of you have traveled here. We had as well, who were in here. Auto to our veterans organization as well. Auto Kodoshade, Honorable Claw for coordinating and orchestrating that for our veterans. Yesterday I was up in Red Lake. We had a good cookout with our Red Lake veterans organizations and just strengthening up there, hearing their concerns and then taking that back to the appropriate levels to continue to advocate. Kondishni shall na eke alaj dido na kikuna e salat sondandle ado na kikuna eki naniki e alto salat sondle ko e kwa eki alto shilele do ba shilonjo kodo salat so dano liniki do akia ni hijan da so bar ado kodo e ya alto. I want to recognize the week of Navajo Nation Council. Today is Teal. It is to support sexual assault and awareness, to increase awareness about the causes and risk factors for sexual assault and empower individuals to take steps to prevent it in their communities. Tomorrow is Green, to promote our investment to the planet. World Health Day. Wednesday is Blue, to raise awareness on autism and Asperger's syndrome and child abuse awareness. Thursday is Pink, to stress awareness to the month to bring attention to the negative impact of stress. Friday, alcohol awareness. And to our folks in here in the chambers as well as online, if this is your line of work, and to our students who are also pursuing careers in these fields, continue to do so. And I'm glad tomorrow is World Earth Day, as we recognize, because I tell people, I'm not only a legislator to individuals, I'm also a legislator to our plants, to our animals, to our resources, because they don't have a voice here in the chambers, but I'm happy to be that, which is why I was outside earlier, which is my next recognition. We have water rights activists outside, and we also have the St. Michael's Association of Special Education, as well as folks regarding the sexual assault and abuse. So there's a lot of advocacy going on outside, and I think as a delegate, it's, for me personally, it's important to also speak with them, to hear their concerns, because they also come from various parts of communities throughout the Navajo Nation. So that's where I was earlier, just speaking to them, and again, just the importance of hearing what they have to say here at their council chambers, their government. And so that's what I was happy to do, and also recognize them. And last but not least, my communities, my chapters, our staff, our urban relatives. Thank you for listening in. Thank you for being here and for being a part of your government. So thank you all again. Ado Ahiat, back to you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Nez. We have Honorable Nathan Nota.
Day Speaker, Ado ni Nanishdal Inigi, the staff. Thank you for being here with us again. This is going to be a relatively long week when I look at the resolution, so you guys have to bear with us for being a part of this important spring session. Logan Shlon Kiani Bashis Chin to the Genie, Dash Che, Do Shini, Dash Nala, Tohach, Doe, Yesina, Shadow, Nash, the chapters I represent is Tohachi, Nash, the Maite, Tlejado, Nakrebito, Do Basla. Those are the 5 chapters I represent in District 14. Because just real quick, I have a number of constituents that are here with me in the council chambers. First off, I want to introduce a young lady who's done quite substantial amount of work in our Democratic Party in McKinley County, and she continues to do work with the youth of the district. She graduated with a master's degree in Native American Studies at UNM. She's a past Miss Intertribal Ceremonial. She's a past Tohatchi High School Native American Princess, and this year she was runner-up to Miss Indian New Mexico, Zunith Ba. Would you please stand? She's one of my constituents from Tohatchi. It's good to have you here. Ado, I want... Ayego, she really does a lot of work in helping with our youth. Ado Bamato, she is one of the new executive staff assistants to the Speaker's office. I think this is her second week. Sanlata, welcome to our chambers, and I know you're here all the time, but welcome and congratulations on your work. I think other constituents that I saw in the audience is one of my former classmates. Again, she was introduced already, PNM, Kathy Newby. Welcome. It's good to see you. Ado Pat Jarvison from KGAK, I think she's the financial manager. She's here, and also one of my grazing officials from Coyote Canyon, Isaiah Sosi. If you could please stand, that would be appreciated as well. Akehat, thank you for being here. Ado, the last thing I want to say is, Delegate Rick Nez mentioned, I really want to thank my chapter officials and the staff. I see Diego, the FRF, Yagi, ARPA funds, so we got some legislation in today, and hopefully we can get those passed and get the monies out to the chapters as soon as possible. One last person I want to introduce, I think he left. I'm glad to have him as my LDA. It's Ainsley Curley. If you're still here, please stand. Otherwise, I think he's out doing business on my behalf. Speaker Curley, thank you.
Honorable Nota. Next in queue, we have Honorable Curtis Yanito.
Yate, I la deep in the Yil Canebigit Altsode, the Hajongo Hone. Yilan Jisto could also the Zimbiada side or here. I don't the Quagit 25th Council need Linny Guatanani for a spring session. Zaltoni, I need Natli, which is spring now will Jisho. Zaltonin Altloshit and the Ilchito did it. Children need Hadahint, even Nash Ecuador Ea. And the Hanaho GGB, Shin Jungo in sea case of in height Ive. Adahodil Nail in the year could also the Zenha Liaibia Hagiba Henson. I don't also could nice or could recognize that he did Liagi to here. I don't the could Speaker Curlin to Hash Mark on and Stapleton than the she also. I don't could also colleagues are not so. I don't late because under enough Mexican water. Tinas pas Tolakan Red Mesa. Adado, that initial though, Tanas, Neldan, Linido, Kodo, District Grazing Committee, and Lini, Edo, Hian, Hidinido, Le Yego, that Zalt was Edo, Hot, Ego, Hot, Elahon, and Navajo Nation, Macago. Yad, and he need ad, Yabigat, also Dego, I she bid at all, Bentobe in Junogo at all, Tahijo, what I in see so even here in Kata is leaving that what I had Shnido Lechto could recognition gi Mexican Water chapter they a senior accountant and Phoebe Begate or Edo Handini or Lelisen Ashi. I see here in Chicago and he can't unlook the chapter did chapter manager coordinator I gave the honit last ajit or I quite none I yield lao insono. What I hate other base of Nanjo Arthur and Lily hot in the Jodo. I think about all just hard she what I can need all this. And the next recognition that I want to recognize is the school board, this district public schools and Linigidi throughout Navajo Nation. Late Red Mesa de Hahol Adot, Winter Rock, do Canaro, do Page, Ado Kienta, do Chinle do Tuba City. I can't need or let Kodot, Ne Washington on so for the peso they not Kate Conga Shindon, they cut at 8 arts on the go, being hitch in the has it all be yard based at the hot old NATO Benjuno go belka di Japanese ecodo a hon nso kaigido ba hensen beso. They notes no a benash a award need ilia through the National Association of Federally Impact School de Clinigi a Washington on so kaigi han yidin need all it. I don't Saton Kedas with other school boards of Notlinigi, She Yakodo Red Mesa Days, Dan Linigi a Yakode, Ernest H.P. Gay, Han Dini or Lekodo, Lange and Hadasanta Ekodo, Nhawi Alido by Hinson, I don't necessarily from Twatlakan, I don't the Mini John, a Red Mesa, I thought in the door, yeah, I don't the Perry So, a teen husband say, yeah, I don't know Martha Sack boy, do could Mexican water day. I hear la could a young Elchin in general, but they know, but in Sadaki, so yet, shin dins and be because not jai by hints and all that. What I'll do the recognitions for identifying these individuals, though throughout the Navajo Nation School Board and Lingi and Dini Dole. Although the next recognition that I want to follow up is on the Public Safety Department. As Anjikwegi, Navajo Nation, Dolores Gray Eyes and his staff, Director, Department of Correction. Edo Hian, the Shnido Lake, I did not Nijigiri or Hashinzade Yadi facility, and they fired at Edo Court or police department facility that a would unhada to set out in Habanda, but they not nish with a could not she didn't catchin a young general a gido de nisho little even yido a corner. Oba sa had non yido ishin been ye in a stage a yaquag belt don nilly shin been ye and to jot a agent dash and shigido here you didn't need to live. I want to recognize the
Honorable Yanito Ado Kwagi Bijit Nasogi. We have Vice Chair Honorable Casey Johnson.
Yeah, Bene. Just want to say good morning to everybody that's here with us in the council chambers. Just want to say welcome to all our visitors and all the legislative staff, the executive staff, as well as the judicial staff. Thank you for being here with us. And everybody else that's still outside, good morning. Shay, my deshkishin ishtin hashkan hazo bashishchin hana nidish shay tsinajini dishnala. But ego denen ishlin tlapede na sha. So those are my clans and where I'm from. I'm the RDC Vice Chair, as well as the Vice Chair for Navajo Land Commission. And just want to first and foremost thank our Dene military warriors for posting colors. I want to thank our children for the pledge and the national anthem. That was very beautiful. I want to also thank you for the beautiful prayer that was provided for us today. I'd like to go ahead and recognize my family, my relatives back home. I'd like to recognize my chapters, Coal Mine, Cameron, Talani Lake, Bird Springs, and Loop. Those are the chapters that I'm representing. And I'd also like to recognize the chapter staff, chapter officials, the club members, the grazing officials, and all the other membership that are part of our chapter local government. I'd like to go ahead and recognize our legislative branch, our executive branch, OPVP, our judicial branch as well. And we like to recognize Honorable Delegate Jim Storr, serve for the Loop Committee. Can you stand up, please? Give him a round of applause. And thank you for being here with us today. He's also part of the Winslow Indian Health Care Center Board of Directors representing the Loop area. Yeah. We also have Mr. Virgil Davis, Chief Operating Officer of Winslow Indian Health Center. Can you stand, please? Thank you for being here with us today. Also like to recognize all our Navajo Nation division and programs, all those that continue to keep our nation going. Thank you for all your hard work and your dedication. And also like to recognize all the people that participated in the march this morning. Thank you for all your dedication and commitment to your cause. Also like to make a special recognition to Jacob David from Grand Falls, Arizona. He's a junior bull rider, American Youth Junior National Champion, the world. So I'd just like to go ahead and recognize him. And I know this last month we had a very important representation in Washington, D.C. I would like to thank our Navajo Nation Water Rights team for protecting and defending the great Navajo Nation at the U.S. Supreme Court. Go ahead, Sago. Next week, we also start the Navajo Nation Phase 1 trial in the Little Colorado River litigation, so we need your prayers, we need your support, and we need you with us to fight for our fair share of the water. So I just wanted to say that to everybody, and also like to recognize, we are joined by the staff of Office United States Senator Mark Kelly, Luther Lee, can you stand up, Director of Tribal Engagement, Cora Evans, Northern Arizona Director, and Michelle Rawlson, Outreach and Constitute Services. They're the most pleased to join you today for being here with us. So just want to go ahead and recognize our all our dignitaries as well as all as our visitors, and always know these the council chambers always open up to you. It belongs to everybody, to the great nation and all its people. Here at Sago. Thank you.
Vice Chair Johnson. Next in queue, Kwadoa Shaja, Honorable Otto So.
Yeah, I did sit where Kodo Shinto Iya Kodo Shadina do Shinant Yat E Bene do Ko Nahekai do Kai Adi Shin Iya Besh Behan Adi Shi Be Ja Kahoshi that is Di Naha Bik out Ego go Bears Anik Echo go Ayah Neka Ko Babin Natch Iya Hon Danger which she Iya Kon Yahi Kai Bears Anik Echo do O Totniho Can he cut or it Bears Anik Echo go it Dink the Naha Bik out Bishmas Anpanan Nishiki Inilzen ko year could all and in the Hikiado Adi Shato and it one nest is dead quilshin in Sissy case oh ban sas case it ego Adi Tia Alcohol I'd say ya yat eho con he caho Nissan linear eho ni Kaya Bikis let oh ni Kaya Bikaho Jono the Hodot is the hot leak. You know, artist, how touch does net ati. Janshi and Nishibik and said day and day. Out at none cardi don't lead, but link with Lonnie at lead. She link at zero that no cut and zone what yan sakis with arc and it and the start or that zaze. Baby nationally arc age that was she. Believe and it's cut or little open. This is case what are addition ilwa. I don't care car it Tahojono or what Let's say ya one nest is a banashago. Shikatnas nil the Tibet city local governance aja alashin sa ko banan siya dik do banan siya next ako at kunzade la na se pinach do akuje ne za bil dash ni sho hol jish ako hon jeno bil nash ni sho yat ya nan ni shidit adon da ajanshi behz ani aj asati bikast hinte koje ya pepe behz ani do ni khibesh mahas an behz ani be ne nishi behjo be khidnil zna od apik de nil nish ado adi le nashado tonnestes do ad shidna kehot iniki da ntsago nakha hinsin to hot ego hunza hot shino go akote hot an khanasha ma hins do yego basis ope hot akote ben khad shaw ish na adi is not agi ko ben nani yak atishig nahat adishigi ito ati hot ani nanish bik hata hol ya do bik hata hol ya because it in lead so that it needs me that need in I don't that my community Tuba City. I really would like to recognize the Tuba City Healthcare Corporation for providing the healthcare in the region of the Western Navajo Nation. I don't that you watch it the Tuba City Unified School District. I don't that the Tuba City Boarding School, the Tuba City High School, and the Gray Hills Academy High School. Adon da Kodon Head Start what Abbott has not so Shinta go Nanish de not eto Banish Hasinde which Nanish hit no Ado Kit now sad. Nakha Chindon hit a nab it's isn't lean, or the Elka and Lini, ya Otka and Lini, Gashinto, but she hit it ako, Babel Hana, a Chinian, Hachinino, Yeto, Na, Edo, Kate, Indoli, the Nayat that all this Eben Ye, what Nahana no can add it honest, the Haken so the snow what or the Benby, a shin so shut it, uneven what Nihich na ha hit ni zingo the Babinant
Honorable So Ado Kone Bijitna So Gishama Honorable Helena Nesbigay.
Oyat Bene Anot Eko 25th Council, Ado Shawaya Speaker, Madam Speaker, I know the legislative staff, and all our guests are in the chambers here today, and then our colleagues that are on the online. I just wanted to recognize my chapters, Tanalia, Kaibito, Tachi, Copper Mine, and Badaway Gap. My Katnaz Lanida, chapter president, vice president, secretary, and CSC, and chapter secretary clerk. They keep our chapter, our small government moving out there on the reservation. So I just wanted to recognize them, and they're doing a good job out there. And then our senior centers too, our Head Start centers, and the small businesses that we have, social services are out there in the rural areas. Hey, yeah, what about this is no here. Kode Kona Hasi Kaida so here. And also in which has seen all that
here. Shama Honorable Bigay Ado Clash had not Nahana Zitale. Anybody else with any additional recognizing and visiting officials? Hokoshi Ado Hehat Nana Kodon Hetyaho Yahagi. Welcome to our spring council session. We do host As council session quarterly every 3 months na atleho kodo yahaneja for our council here. Ado kodo ahehe. Ado tlashi hata osido. O haadila ben dahat at the shita nosina koton hano ya ba heta nitin ihehe. And just also like to recognize my family. In le lohala de benanishta hazli on na. We had a nephew who passed and his funerals this morning. Kote shabata honosin dodle. It is a nesgende kote shananish holoko. I just asked for prayers for my family this morning. I wish they would be here to be here with me this morning in the council chambers, but you know, there's a lot of our people who are hurting out there. We want to welcome and also pray for them as well, for our families who are out there. And we're going to go down to number 3, review and adopt the agenda. And we'll have our Office of Legislative Services Director, Michelle Cook, read the agenda into the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, council delegates and participating audience. This is the proposed agenda of the Navajo Nation proposed agenda of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. This is the spring session. The dates for this spring session to be held is April 17th through the 21st, 2023, 10 o'clock a.m. Winter Rock, Navajo Nation via teleconference and in person. Presiding, Honorable Crystalline Curley, Speaker, 25th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call session to order, roll call, invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, receive the State of Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation. 5, receive report from the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation. 6, receive report from the Speaker of the Navajo Nation. 7, receive financial report from the Controller. 8, oral reports. Report A, Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA. Report B, Indian Health Services, IHS. Report C, Attorney General. Report D, Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. 9, written reports. A, standing committees. B, boards and commissions. C, Bureau of Indian Affairs. D, Indian Health Services Area Director. 10, old business, there is none. New business, 11. Legislation 0014-23, A. B, Legislation 0017-23. C, Legislation 0019-23. D, Legislation 0022-23. E, Legislation 0033-23. F, Legislation 0034-23. G, Legislation 0036-23. H, Legislation 0037-23. I, Legislation 0050-23. J, Legislation 0051-23. K, Legislation 0052-23. L, Legislation 0058-23. M, Legislation 0060-23. N, Legislation 0064-23. O, Legislation 0067-23. P, Legislation 0068-23. Q, Legislation 0016-23. R, Legislation 0021-23. S, Legislation 0026-23. T, Legislation 0030-23. U, Legislation 0031-23. V, Legislation 0032-23. W, Legislation 0040-23. X, legislation 0042-23, Y, legislation 0044-23, Z, legislation 0048-23, AA, legislation 0049-23, BB, legislation 0053-23, CC, legislation 0054-23, DD, legislation 0055-23, EE, legislation 0056-23, FF, legislation 0059-23, GG, legislation 0061-23, HH, legislation 0062-23, and II, legislation 0065-23. Close of session, 12, close of session, announcements and adjournment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Cook, for reading our agenda to the record. Motion by Honorable James. Second by Honorable Arvizo. Honorable Damon.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Speaker, and good morning to colleagues, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, and good morning to all our guests and visitors that are sitting here with us in the chambers. Good morning to the staff, all our external entities. Thank you very much for being here with us too as well. And then everybody that's listening in online, thank you very much for being here and being a part of the Navajo Nation spring session in our formidable process to open up that spring atmosphere in our Navajo Nation government. All the Navajo Nation employees across the Navajo Nation that are listening in, the chapters, good morning. All our individuals that are outside, our community members, our family members, our friends, everyone that's outside the Four Sacred Mountains that are listening in as well. Good morning. Yate Bene. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this time on our agenda. I'd really think that to consolidate a lot of the agenda apprenticeship going forward is what we can do is do a consent agenda on the Physical Recovery Fund regional project legislations. So I would like to motion as a consent agenda for legislation 0014-23 sponsored by Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, legislation 0017-23 sponsored by Honorable Vince James, legislation 0019-23 sponsored by Honorable Jermaine Simonson, legislation 0022-23 sponsored by Honorable Helena Nesbegay, legislation 0036-23 sponsored by Honorable Stephen Arvizo, legislation 0037-23 sponsored by Honorable Norman M. Gay, and legislation 0064-23 sponsored by Honorable Shandine Parrish, legislation -0067-23 sponsored by Honorable Nathan Nota, and then legislation 0068-23 sponsored by Honorable Herman Daniels. At this time, that consent agenda item, I'd leave it up to my colleagues to ask or request for any additional ones. If there's no other further debate, I know there's other recommendations that might be at hand. The legislation 0065-232 as well. That one was out of sync. I think that's an oversight from Office of Legislative Services, because I know that if that's a Physical Recovery Fund legislation, that legislation is 2/3, so 65-23 as well. I would really respectfully like to just do the 2/3 legislations in this consent agenda item first, and then if we have a second consent agenda item for any non-legislations that are not 2/3, I think we can do a second amendment in those ones. But I think if we're going to consolidate just to make sure that everything's in proper order, Madam Speaker, I think it should just be consent agenda items only for 2/3 legislations, specifically in this amendment, if we're going to add on any more. Thank you very much, but that's my motion at this time, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, yeah. and I'll yield back to the floor.
We have a second by Honorable Parrish. Just give us a few minutes to put that on the board. Honorable colleagues, we do have a motion for a consent agenda. I believe it is there on the drawing board. Honorable Nota.
I have a request to Speaker Damon. My legislation, and along with Jermaine Simonson, we do have amendments to our legislation. My legislation number is 6723. Jermaine? So we are requesting to take our legislation out of this consent legislation. Hers is 001923.
Thank you, Honorable Nota. There is a request to modify that motion to delete legislation 0067-23 and 0019-23. Honorable Damon, just for clarification from legal counsel in regards to consent agendas, it's best to withdraw and then to exclude the two legislations. the three legislations. Due to legal counsel stating that there has to be, once if there's a consent agenda motion on the floor, that it would just go straight to a vote unless if somebody objects. So there are three legislation within that consent agenda motion that needs amendment. That'll be 0062, 0067, 0019. Okay, with just for the further explanation up here, we do have that. You can request that for that modification. Honorable Damon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I was ready to let the dogs out on Legislative Council this morning, but it's okay. Good morning. If you read the code, Madam Speaker, our rules of order, since Honorable Nota has raised that point, and I think Honorable Simonson is going to raise that point too as well. Since those are discussion items that are going to be further further have a discussion on those specific legislations. I didn't hear anything on 62, but those would just be stricken from the line item in order for those to move forward. So I don't think that it's really asking myself to take those off. Those would automatically come off because this is a consent agenda motion. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Second, do you concur? Honorable Parrish. Also, from legal counsel, there's also there's two additional legislations that are a part of that consent agenda that will also need amendments. That'll be legislation 0062-23 and 006823. If somebody could request that modification as well. If not, then we can just go forward. Excuse me, not 0062, but 0068. Honorable Riquinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable members of the 25th Council, and also I would like to request a modification to Amendment 1, Honorable Damon. I would respectfully request my legislation 0033-23 to be removed from the council session. I would like to have a farmers meeting along San Juan River before we bring it back to the council session at some point. So myself and Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton plan on having a farmers meeting, and then I'd like to bring this back to the council at some point. So I'm just asking to have this off the agenda. Thank you. I reserve the rest of my time.
All right, thank you, Honorable Nez. The deletion for 033-23. Honorable Damon, you're good? Oh, there is no consent, yeah.
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, the question will go back to your leadership. Are we, in this amendment, are we just going, I would preferably just keep it to a consent agenda items only. Now we're talking about deleting an item off the agenda. Are you going to consider those two as two different scenarios and requesting that? And I look to your leadership on that to make that suggestion, Madam Speaker. Or would you like to have that as a separate amendment?
All right, thank you, Honorable Damon. I would just recognize that deletion since it's just a deletion of 0033-23. So this is a consent agenda just for the ARPA legislation, regional legislation. So far, we have taken off 0067 and also 0019-23. Honorable Damon, so there was that for that deletion 0033-23, and then there's also one from Legislative Council saying that there's one for amendment for 0068. I don't know if there's anybody would like to entertain that as well.
Accept that at this time, Madam Speaker, to go ahead and I mean, if there's further discussion, that shouldn't be on the consent agenda, and then also include the delete legislation 0033-23.
Okay. Yeah. Second, Honorable Parrish. All right. Thank you, colleagues. There's that motion and then a second on the floor. Hakoshi, I believe the drawing board is also up to date on the screen. We are on adopting our agenda, so we are going next to Honorable Simonson.
No, I reserve my time.
This is for Amendment 1. Honorable Dr. Andinez.
Oh, yeah, Speaker, thank you. Auto to the motioning party and the consent agenda. At this time, we do have just a couple documents that are finalizing a review at DOJ, which may come at the end of the week. So at this time, it's related to legislation 0065-23. And I would also request our motioning party to exclude that from the consent, although I appreciate the consentment here and fully support it. However, just excluding 0065-23 in the event that we get those documents in time to take action. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Thank you, Dr. Andinez. 0065-23 is off the consent agenda. Shache, Honorable Toth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ato kodona tani ni tlenigi. Abasi toyate consent no. Because some of these legislation we might look into it and ask question. Benadishneni quis kandashi hotzan neko. Washington de kinahosni. ato jo na kaha. So shit is akoko. As long as there's no issue on this legislation, joibin ye hanecha. As long as this legislation is okay, ako be kid o ta be kid ne ka tiro tira di no. Late is a ka kwe hada a kwe to hot a da iliala hot no. Shit is ako, it's good to do this. Ako aita agenda hinda nasnata ta hota san jondon dik areya haido. Otapani khatlewa shishit ado as long as we don't run into these problems. I totally agree. Ado da hoino slagi ajo nhat ke natnil. Akot ayat ko kodoido Stalin date ida kode. Halat o yun hidnet and his sayen khandat. Ogot abani kago job shane til on. Adnek eshida bahos no yat ko istudo sanit and his agot Akot agaban tis keso ko jotole hunzen. Jo eben ye in khata is on lat a lebik and ane chati no jo edo di nida. So a jotole Johnson. Akko ide yahote so this if there's no other legal question issue then I will support but lot is as go da hai to na pan so I would just ere be had this sick corrosion at ani no lenigi so clarification a jo khat ke na ni loko digit out all joy de yahote thank you. Save my time.
We'll go next in queue. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Amendment and Itzaki could have been kidney to Ashkodo, Donana Kodo, Shahas Tweet, Kodo, a street launch, so Takodo, Shahas Tweet, honorable Top, Ani, Nekodo, in HASPG, Ani, in a street, and the Queen is a Kodo, Tanahad, Hanaway, Beshan, and you could see a Greg or Tanahad, Hanko. Ko ben hit how zigi ani nakodo o youth that is laden from my region with the lot of ice flash ho for area you about the pioshi about when it's so I to the so here to this but Kodona Gata question to the speaker Kodona Gata legislation 0068 that one again is it off the consent agenda? Madam Speaker.
Shiaj, Honorable Daniels. So far on the agenda, we have, for the consent agenda, we have legislation 0014-23, 0017-23, 0022-23, 0036-23, 0037-23, 0064-23. Auto delete Iliagi A 0067-23, 0068-23, 0065-23. Auto Kwaikito Yokid delete legislation 0033-23. What's point of order, Honorable James?
Speaker, thank you. I raise a point of order because you stated delete. I believe it's withdraw. So we're not deleting it from the agenda. We're just withdrawing the amendment. We're just withdrawing those legislation numbers from the amendment 1, from the consent. Thank you, Speaker.
Oh, Goshi Shiyaj for that clarification. It is the deletion off of the consent agenda on the Hota 0067 0068-23 0065-23 clarification that is from the consent agenda. Ado 0019-23 And then for another clarification from the proposed agenda, deletion of legislation 0033-23. We'll give staff some time to make that clarification on the board.
Floor.
Oh, Shiaj, Honorable Daniels.
Yeah, I just wanted to request to take legislation 0068 off the consent agenda. 8808-Kishkwito. Arunana. Thank you very much. Thanks for clarification. Thank you. Arunana Kodo. I'm going to yield the rest of my time. Waive the rest of my
Oh, Hakoshi, do Kidiki. I don't see anybody else for reserved time. Delegate Ms. James.
Yahadan Speaker, Ado Nana Shet Kahasinglo, Dida Kodot, Belke no Ajigi, Jo Kodo Bohonet Zatin Sod Ban Siskeseko, Halad Ya di Kojib Bishbas Ananit Linigit Atlasi Zeno, Lekinahal Godan based on Hijaqualia, Arpa no, Ado Koded Eya Belke Nani Kre, Bishbas Anant Atlas Zenigi, Aja 8.8 million, Ajabut Abatraton, Jokot Zasalin Ko. Adon da Kodo Bishbas Anit Linigi Hin Hitratnas Nele, Eya what Abitil He Kre, Ajanat Anit and Lido Hadil Nishigi, Oko Aje, Ado Kodo Dam, Atlana Otle. Bana Eya Ajanal Sospe, Dokid Sabe, the Nahdit Ahibe, Case Zenigi supporting resolution from the chapter Jokot Ao Yel Kitni Ko Ecuador consent agenda and Lini Il Nehako, Oko Ad Abahat Ad Oko Kwaigishba Yel Tito Lik Aden Le Konyat Eden Aden Hidden Atlas Lindo Yel Kitni Kredit Out Hado Lita Negos Kwaigi. Ado Aj and Jogao Kwagiba Yajo Tito Lako Okoko Ashihit Abenat Ado Aj Hot Aquije, the Ne Aj Yanda Kaido Banana Shidich Inigi, Aj Hot Aya Yahajo Batain Zone Yadahwe Ah Leko, Shay Shish Ako the consent agenda Gi Oko Benina Aj Hot Abenana Shidich Inigi. Ado Nana, Kododan Speaker, Ado Dam, Delegate Parish, Kodobe Keno Ajigi, motion do second Otlagi. I'd like to also make a request to add on legislation 0050-23 onto your consent agenda. Hala nache shingo naha chiniyaje nadat neshako based upon nahadit ahako ahla. There's nothing doba on there's not hot nas nelson neligi just summer youth and yeah funds nate nesako okoko dobe kdi kaho consent agenda be this so and so and hit the shneko be no ajigi I can't reserve my time, thank you. Please use your time, Justin. It's not up there.
Hakoshi, Chair James, There is a request to add on legislation 0050-23. Honorable Damon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. I'll go ahead and accept that as that legislation does not need any amendments. Thank you.
Honorable Parrish, second. Concurs. Hagoshi e benatet so legislation 0050-23 to the consent agenda. Arosh la not to not kita. A Kwaigi amendment number 1 for consent agenda do bahanahat sihiko will go to a vote kodo. There's no reserve time. And we also, for the record, don't have any reserve time. Jokodo bahanasin the thought for did we have? Kwaigi 1 la Dr. Andy Nez, Honorable Nez, 4:29. 4 minutes and 29 seconds.
Again, I appreciate the amendment here first to the consent agenda, and I have no further comments. I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Honorable Ricky Nez, reserve time of 4:05. Waives his time. Honorable Toth, you have 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Waives his time. Vice Chair Simonson, you have 4 minutes and 59 seconds. All right, thank you, colleagues. I don't see anybody else in queue for this amendment, number 1. Second call. Third call, go to vote for amendment number 1. If you are joining us via Zoom, feel free to text Chief of Staff Manuel Rico, or also our legislative staff Jalissa here within the chambers.
Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. votes green. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Speaker not voting.
I have amendment number 1, a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting. We're back to the main motion of reviewing and adopting our agenda. 'Cause 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 Are there any other comments or questions on the agenda? Honorable Nota?
Am I on cue?
Honorable Nota waives his time. Honorable Riquinez? Ado slash Bahnahotzi on the adoption, reviewing and adopting our agenda. Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker Curley and colleagues. Very quickly, I know that we do have a few legislations that is being sponsored here by Shadeja Delegate Amber Crotty. Colleagues, Delegate Crotty has a family emergency. Maybe, I don't want to say emergency, but it has a family matter to be tending to at this time. I'd like to ask that we move all of her legislations to the front after the consent and after the 2/3 so that she can spend the rest of this week focusing on family where she's needed. I believe that the legislations that she is currently sponsoring is legislation 0051-23, legislation number 0052-23, legislation number 0030-23, legislation number 0053-23. I believe that those are the only legislations at this time. If we could move them up again, Speaker Curley, she is tending to family at this time as she has had a death in the family. She didn't want to remove the legislation, so I offered to move her legislations up so that way she could focus on family through the rest of the week. Thank you. I reserve my time.
Thank you, Charles, the Delegate Charles Newton. And we have a second by Honorable Parrish. Yeah, we're giving the staff some time to put that on the board. So there's a motion by Honorable Chair Charles Newton to move legislation 0051-23, 0052-23, 0030-23, and 0053-23 immediately after the 2/3 voting legislation items. Do kodo e Shandin e Kate Nia. Honorable Parrish, she did the second for that motion. Any comments, questions to amendment number 2? Second call. Third call, it then go A. We'll go for a vote on amendment number 2.
Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not vote. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting for amendment number 2. We are back on the main motion. Honorable Damon.
Speaker, I'd just like to recognize that we have the honor and pleasure this morning to having our Madam Chief Justice here with us this morning, and she just entered the chambers. Thank you very much for being here, Madam Chief Justice.
Please stand as we recognize our Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation, Kudo. It was sponsored by Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, so lunch was sponsored today by them today. We are back on the main motion of reviewing and adopting our agenda. I don't see anybody else in queue. Second call. Third call. We'll have our staff, Ms. Cook, read the second reading of the agenda into record.
Amendment number 1 is to add legislation 0014, 0017-23, 0022-23, 0036-23, 0037-23, 0064-23, and that will be the consent agenda. Oh, and 0050-23. We are also going to be deleting legislation 0033-23 from the agenda. Amendment 2 is to move legislation 0051-23, 0051-23, or excuse me, 52-23, 0030-23, and 0053-23. That will occur immediately after the 2/3 vote requirement items. Madam Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, staff, for reading the second reading to agenda. Kodo will go to a vote, and if you're joining us via Zoom, feel free to text in your vote or state your vote.
Melissa. Honorable Helena Nez Begay. Honorable Helena Nez Begay votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Oh, I'm not logged on. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson. Green. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not vote. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Speaker not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting to adopt the agenda of the spring council session. Colleagues, we move down to item number 4, receive the State of the Navajo Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation. There's a motion to accept written report by Honorable James, second by Honorable Damon. Colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, there was a motion on the floor to accept the written State of the Nation address. However, we still have not gotten a copy of the written report, colleagues. President's office was informed a few minutes ago to come over. If you would like, if you can recess for approximately 10 minutes. I believe he's on his way. We withdraw your motion to accept the written report. I believe they're on their way out on the doorstep. For the record, Delegate Jermaine Simonson also votes green on the last vote. Honorable Charles Newton.
Speaker, I'd like to make a motion at this time to move the report to the end of the agenda. The President has not given us any information about why he is late. This is on the agenda every council session. So I'd like to make a motion to put this report to the end of the agenda. I reserve my time.
Thank you. Okay, there's a motion on the floor, then there's a second by Honorable Toll. Are there any other comments or questions to that motion? I don't see, we have Honorable So, you're in queue. Hagoshi, that was just a mishap of the buttons. Ado kune eto bahana hot ziho. Second call. Third call. We'll go to a vote. Go back to your drawing boards. Colleagues, just a note, this will require a 2/3 vote for suspension of floor rules to move the State of the Nation address. And for clarification, the State of the Nation will be moved towards way at the end of the agenda. All rise, we do have the President of the Navajo Nation. Colleagues, you can still continue to vote.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo. How do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. votes red. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes red. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 3 in favor, 19 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting. Hold on. Honorable Vince James changed his vote to red. 2 in favor, 20 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Head staff, we do have a vote of 2 in favor, 20 opposed, and speaker not voting for that motion. Ado Kone Yaho Yahagi, please find a seat. And if you are not part of the staff with the Office of the President, Vice President, you can move down to the gallery, but just please, for emergency purposes and for evacuation purposes, please clear the traffic on the council floor. And please find a seat. If you can't find a seat, there should be seats within the gallery. Thank you and welcome to the Spring Council session, President Boo Nygren and also Vice President Rochelle Montoya. Towards the end of the agenda and State of the Navajo Nation address kon. President Nygren and Vice President Montoya, you would have 20 minutes for your report.
Biga, I just want to say thank you. I appreciate you voting me to make sure that I give this State of the Nation address. But first and foremost, I also want to say thank you to Page High School, Pinyon High School for delaying me. It was a wonderful discussion, having both high schools in my office and talking with our youth and making sure that they felt encouraged. Sorry for my lateness, but I'm very honored and humble that Page High School, Navajo class and language class and Pinyon High School is here with us. So thank you so much for doing that. With that, let me get started with my address. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, Madam Vice President, Madam Chief Justice, and the Navajo Nation Council delegates and relatives. I definitely do appreciate all the honored guests that are here today to make sure that our nation has continued to be with us. I know that it's been a very tough couple of months, especially with losing President Zah, President Ben Shelley as well, who left us last month. It's been a tough month in terms of leadership. So my heart goes out to the family and the relatives. But at the same time, I know that Dr. Zah served us well with many accomplishments that are too long to list. But thank you to him and his family. President Shelley, again, thank you for your boldness. Thank you for your initiative that anybody with the hard work and the right work ethic and the right can become the president of the Navajo Nation. So I really appreciate President Ben Shelley's boldness to get things done again. First and foremost, a hiyahat to all my colleagues and my shanantata no sinigi huat and na tinti no sinigi doa yise aski kredo banda dit nenigi. Again, since taking office 98 days ago, one of the most important things I've done is to reestablish relationships with the Biden cabinet members, members of Congress, federal officials, state governments, and others. I visited Washington frequently, most recently last week with the BIA budget consultation. In March, I joined 17 other tribal presidents, chiefs, and governors to present oral testimony before the House of Appropriations Subcommittee on Interior Environment and related agencies that are needed for the Navajo people. I've had insightful discussions with 11 congressmen and congresswomen, 7 senators, and 21 federal officials. In February, I was honored and humbled to attend President Biden's State of the Union as a guest of Senator Mark Kelly. I've met with the Interior Secretary Deb Haaland on 6 occasions, and I had the honor of meeting the Vice President of the United States in Arizona in January as well. Again, many discussions and talks with Senator Sinema and Senator Kelly of Arizona, Senator Heinrich and Senator Ben Ray Lujan of New Mexico, and Senator Lee of Utah. Because all of us know that a lot of funding does come from the federal government, and we got to continue to develop those partnerships and those relationships so we get what is needed for Navajo. I've also met with 4 cabinet secretaries, the Treasurer of the United States, several federal directors of IHS, BIA, the National Endowment of Humanities, USDA, and key staff within the White House. I've also had some very meaningful discussions with the New Mexico Governor, Michelle Lujan Grisham, Arizona Governor Hobbs and the Utah Governor Cox as well. Again, these are all important and they were critical to the Navajo Nation. I wanted to make sure that they met me personally and they met me with a clear message that the Navajo Nation President and the Navajo Nation Council want direct contact and professional relationships with all of them. The meetings demonstrate to Congress, the cabinet members, federal, state, and legislative officials that the Navajo Nation is serious about our priorities. Each of these officials knows my intentions and the council's intentions to use all the fundings and allocations and their appropriations that they are given to us, whether it's direct appropriations, grants, or programs, 638 contracts, capital outlay, most importantly, recently, the American Rescue Act plan dollars. The single unifying message I convey to every official I meet with is that any prior perceptions that our government and entities is unstable within the Navajo Nation government, that it is now changing and that now it's going to be replaced with colleagues and leaders like the 25th Navajo Nation Council, myself, and the Vice President, that we are focused and unified behind these intentions. You and I both know we want to build homes, build roads, bring water and power to our people, connect them with broadband, and to do it with once-in-a-lifetime funding like ARPA. It is the responsibility of all of us to get it done. And I'm so happy that we have people outside today pleading for water and bringing them water. And so that's one of the things I wanted to say is thank you to my colleagues. And first, the possibilities of even sending one single penny is gone, because I know with your help and your support, we are going to make sure people with that are being forgotten are not forgotten moving forward. Again, since ARPA arrived in 2021, the council did its part. Thank you to the 24th Navajo Nation Council for doing its part. Unfortunately, it was a little tougher on the executive side, but now moving forward, we are working to get it done. It's easy to allocate money, but it's hard to get it out the door and out to the people. And that's one of the things my team has really been focused on, is to how do we improve our tribal systems, our policies get in the way. But that's now changing. We are constantly working on that, asking ourselves, how can we improve, how can we be better, and how can we get dollars out of there? And in the last 98 days, I've mobilized the FRF office and my division directors to find ways to remove some of those barriers for our most important projects, which is ARPA and infrastructure. All of us care about that. And I've tasked my team to make sure they're working on it. By infrastructure, I mean homes, roads, bridges, water lines, power lines, bathroom additions, and broadband connectivity. So far, we've complicated the complex NTUA subgrant agreement. We got the 164 review out the door for $96 million in 6 days. We got it done so people can have power lines, electric lines, wiring projects, and solar for rural communities. The other thing we're really focused on is the bathroom additions. Soon, NECA should have the subgrant agreement for the bathroom additions to make sure that there's bathroom additions everywhere. Also, I've instructed our tribal programs to make sure they work with IHS, because IHS has $563 million for the SDS program. Let's not waste any time. Let's work with them so that people can have running water to their basic communities. NDOT has 9 road and drainage improvement construction projects that are $33 million in the ways. On the books, Sanasti, Delcon, Bird Springs, Inscription House, Pinedale, Ohuncino, White Cone, and 2 in Kayenta. My administration has full intentions of making sure that we fulfill our infrastructure goals. To be effective and efficient by the ARPA deadline, the Navajo Nation needs to hire accountants, engineers, contract analysis, project managers to ensure that projects are being done correctly and on time. Only with project managers will these thousands and thousands of projects get done over the next couple of years. The first step is to create business units or accounts to make sure that money is in each one of these projects. Navajo Nation OMB has set up dozens of business units totaling over $400 million. We have already allocated $215 million for water. Without these business units, accounts in place, money cannot be spent by tribal law. There are also other roadblocks that stand in the way to achieve our goals. I will need your help to move some of these barriers out of the way. For instance, the 1,000 bathroom additions to be built. Many residents don't have home site leases that comply with federal requirements on trust land. So we got to get creative. We got to build these additions because people need them. We got to put in these lines. Let's wait to connect until these families have their home site leases. Let's get these in place so that people have them right away. I have also directed the Division of Natural Resources and the Land Department to find ways to expedite the home site lease process to make sure that we get it done within 6 months, not years. We want the ARPA dollars to be spent where Navajo Nation to become we don't want the ARPA dollars being spent to where magnets for companies think this is a get-rich scheme place for the Navajo people. We want to make sure that I've directed all my directors, let's make sure we stretch the dollars, get the most out of every dollar that has been allocated to Navajo so we can serve more Navajo people. And I also want to mention too, it's about time we keep our tribal enterprises accountable. We created tribal enterprises because they're supposed to earn revenue. They're supposed to deliver dividends more frequently. So certainly my administration is going to help them, guide them, support them, but I want them to know that they are also need to deliver on their end because we will not hesitate to support them, but let's make sure they deliver on behalf of the Navajo people. This will demonstrate to the Navajo people that we are serious about clarity, transparency of the Navajo people's money, the Navajo people's businesses, and how it's being used. I'm recommending today that we require Navajo enterprises to make quarterly dividend payments rather than annual payments. We want our enterprises to employ our people, be profitable, pay their Navajo Nation loans, and make revenue deliveries to the Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation has also been an energy nation. The era of coal and power plants is nearing the end, but energy production will always be a part of the Navajo Nation because that's what makes us unique. One of the most important actions I've made as president is signing the Executive Order 02-2023. This is an order that requires energy companies with a proposal to the Navajo Nation to submit a plan to the Division of Natural Resources. Most importantly, it creates an initial vetting team to make sure that these energy proposals are viable and warrant and they're actually feasible. At this moment in time, there's a steady stream of proposals that is flowing to us. I'm pleased to know that the energy industry is undertaking this process and they've submitted their proposals. But at the same time, we've assembled a group of, I know that a few members like Chairman Nez is going to be a part of the energy vetting team to make sure that projects that are feasible are actually on the books and that we can get them on the works. So definitely when it comes to energy, we've had DOE come here several times and they're planning on coming back out again because there's billions of dollars that are out there that we got to start utilizing and implementing here on the Navajo Nation. And also there's 2,100 Navajo job vacancies that all of us know. So we need support in making sure that funding positions for public safety, if the Department of Information Management, Personnel Management, that they have the tools necessary so that the hundreds and hundreds of background checks are getting done. So that's one of the recommendations that I have. First, is to permit new staff to be hired and placed into their positions while their background checks are being completed. My second recommendation is to change who is required to have a comprehensive background check. As everyone knows now that sometimes it should only be applicable to critical positions. In the meantime, I recommend the Navajo Nation hire an outside firm to get all these background checks done completed so that we can get people hired and fill a lot of those vacant positions. The other proposal I have is let's invest in a comprehensive human resource management system because the one that we have is way outdated. So we need to purchase a new software, get up with the time so that we can fill these vacancies in a timely manner. Divisions, departments, and programs often know that people submit applications all the time, but there might be a section within that section that they didn't fit the box, but they should be able to get those because they got the experience, they have the wherewithal, they have institutional knowledge, they should get those positions. But there's times when it makes it very difficult. A lot of these people don't know roads, but they're hiring people that are supposed to be road managers. So again, we're looking into that, and we want to make sure that vacancies are filled. That's the #1 goal. And so working with, I think, the HESI committee, they're looking into updating the policies. Thank you to that. I know that's a very, very important endeavor that's needed. Thank you so much to HESI for looking into that and making sure that we start filling a lot of those positions. We also need to improve the communication between the departments within the executive branch, making sure that staffing is applicable and that we got to get those legislations on the books, and I would be more than happy to sign them. We've also learned that the $4.2 million was endangered. When I came into the office for Navajo Nation Workforce Development, we were able to save the $4.2 million, and we are now in the works of getting those dollars spent. Again, working with Washington Office, Human Resource Development, and the Workforce Development, we developed a corrective action plan, so those dollars are not being sent back. Again, we also, the other thing I want to mention is that this is just the summary of what we've been doing. We are simultaneously working on some of these initiatives, and we're making sure that we develop a roadmap. Earlier this month, I made another critical move within the President's office. I hired Mr. Arvin Trujillo, Navajo Nation. He's going to be the Navajo Nation Executive Administrator, who's going to be working on the strategic planning and implementation efforts out of the President's office. He was recently the CEO of Four Corners Economic Development Group and a prior Division Director of Human Resources, and also, hold on, I'm going to drink some water. He has also facilitated many sessions, 10 sessions, to make sure that we have specific, tangible goals that we can reach. Some of these goals include economic, educational, community safety, government efficiency, continuous building of infrastructure, wise use of natural resources, protection of our environment, woven together with the vision of connecting the beauty of our past Navajo culture to the emerging Navajo culture of the future. Because we are facing such a housing crisis here in Window Rock and all across the Navajo Nation, we have begun strategic planning session to coordinate an initiative to build 1,000 new homes. I know it's an ambitious plan, but it's better to be ambitious than not to be ambitious. We will involve partnerships among government, enterprises, schools, private entities. It seeks to increase home ownership, rental units, home improvements, and programs to make sure that we are collecting the right data and moving as quickly as we can. The first work session group reported that there was 1,400 applicants for Navajo housing related from programs and enterprises across the Navajo Nation. We look forward to hosting a Navajo Housing Summit this summer, and I hope that you all can let everybody know to make sure that they come out and participate. So there's a lot of policy reform and strategic planning that needs to happen, but a lot of that is not going to happen until we have the data and we know where we're headed. So getting the other initiative I want to focus on is getting water to our nation, water to our people's homes. I know on March 22nd, the Biden administration also supplied another $67 million in construction for the Navajo Gallup water supply, and I want to say thank you to the Biden administration for doing that. The other thing I also want to mention too is that we got to make sure that we're going back to Congress to make sure that they also allocate all the dollars that are needed to finish that project. That's I think all of us have been to Congress, and we always remind them that they got to finish the Navajo Gallup water supply. And thank you for doing that on your behalf as well. And then some of us within the month, we also attended the U.S. Supreme Court hearing, Arizona versus Navajo, Department of Interior versus the Navajo Nation. So when it comes to water, we got to make sure that we put up a really strong fight, because water is essential. Water is what's needed for our nation to continue to develop, to continue to foster. So again, starting next week too, the Navajo Nation is going to go back to court again for the Little Colorado River system. We got to make sure that our voices are being heard so that we get every ounce that we deserve by working both avenues through the adjudication and the litigation as well. So again, there's many tribes that are involved, the Hopi, the Navajo, and other parties, but I'm glad that we're putting a strong negotiation team, 8 members from the Navajo Nation Council and the Attorney General and a few others that are working on it. So again, so thankful that as council we're united. We want to make sure that we protect what's ours, which is the Little Colorado River, and we are going to negotiate and get the most of what the water that we deserve. And I'm also very confident in the council Together, when we stand united behind this team and our collective efforts, we are going to get the water that's vital to making sure that we build a strong, vibrant homeland for our young people. As mentioned, that we've got people from Pinyon and Page area. Let's fight for the young people that are here and present and continue to be good role models for them. Lastly, I want to thank our interim controller, Elizabeth Begay, for her many, many years of being the controller, and I wish her the best on her retirement endeavors. I also am pleased to announce to the Office of the Controller that Mr. Sean McCabe will be the new interim Navajo Nation controller. I'm confident you will find his qualifications very commendable. There's so much complexity in the Department of the Controller's Office that I'm happy that Sean is willing to take on this challenge and provide solutions so we can move this nation forward. So let's continue to remain united. Let's continue to empower the Navajo people. And I just wanted to make sure that we continue to watch out for one another, because when we hajo الشيادة كده خجون تهويت آدو خجو نهات أول جنگي هتون كالشندون كاستويدون كزاني يجو بخاديل قول جو ابن ين خادا إسنل دوي خاشي دو عندت إنه خاشي ديدا نت ابن يدا خشيت أوي هوان تدي نتخشيت أوي هوان بدل دوت خشيت أوي تخدل دوت خشيت أوي سلاو بعد نو دو نجنو بيس بندش جادو كين ندو نتو خشيت أوي تو لاو سيو دون هوت انجي ان كنا هشيت اوي بيسو يا ناين تيتلس اي يسبن يتيت انجي اي يسبن تيت لسو نجونغو تنبا تديت نيتو احيه انوت اندن كده ديشنيتو شيغا هستنيا سين جونغو شكا ندو the Vice President of the Navajo Nation. I just want to say thank you for your countless efforts on a daily basis, Madam Vice President, for helping me out, and thank you to the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Ahيه.
Colleagues, if there are no objections, I would like to give 10 minutes to our Vice President. Vice President Montoya.
Ike headlan siaja kuro shahwin agito ike ha nolto kuro besh na khanaz anegi kuro de nolnishikito and hik en denegi nke our citizens of the Navajo Nation ba de nolnishiki ike ha ani eya shnala kuro ya hot na hot au bananish ila she eya kudi hawan gisitado kwa de nen hit ya na jako eya basita do lati eya o ani hot kha ena shadon lenzadi et khadiya Akodi eya az alaja in hinanish ilya shido shanaledo bilnishigi eya le chado mosaba hanya kwagi khalet eyan hit khanana kato di hajoe nda ilchihigi bada huilyado le dadi no eya. We have Soul Dog Rescue that has come out to the different areas of the Navajo Nation. We're working on bringing them here to Window Rock because we have a lot of individuals from the surrounding areas that go out to Shiprock, Monument Valley to get their services there. So we're working on getting that closer to different parts of the Navajo Nation than where they are right now. Next, we have been working on is the Missing Murdered Indigenous Women People movement across the state of New Mexico and across the state of Arizona and across Indian country. Halet au eyati hajo ashtaronil do kwaigin hik denigin khando khato banahato zil dadi no bayadel ko yisin hinanishidel. We are in the talks with the different task forces in the states that the Navajo Nation resides in and also across Indian country. So early childhood education the state of New Mexico early childhood coalition ya halet au kwagin khalchina njinago benda do belinda do nishto tail khata olt khato olt khan lenigi da netliro le agent hinanishadela Aro kwagi representative state of New Mexico Representative Harry Garcia bil Sitlin koja Office of the President and Vice President. One of our tasks that we continuously talk about across Navajo Nation a teen yisab and he a teen benda do nishiki we need help with that. And so when we brought Representative Garcia over here, Representative Garcia, how was your drive over here to Window Rock? That's the road that our people come on. Did you see all the potholes? Did you feel all the potholes? So he did. He really saw that. He experienced it himself. That was one of the things that we talked about. Auto social services, division directors, and one of the division directors that we have is Thomas Cody. He hit the ground running just like all of our other division directors. They know what we need to do for our people. He's taking these individuals out into the chapters and finding out exactly which area of the Navajo Nation needs what services that social services offers. And so after these assessments are made, on bringing those services to the different parts of the Navajo Nation. And the reason I say we just gave him a little nudge, and he was like, okay, this is what I need to do, and he did it. And I'm very proud, and Shanella is very proud of our division directors that are out there getting the work done already. Tatiana would youth council there's other individuals and other departments, other branches that are in collaboration with the Office of the President and Vice President. We're working on getting the applicants into the office, and they're getting interviewed, and we will establish a youth council for our Navajo Nation. We need to make sure that our children are watching and are learning from our collaboration between our branches of government and between the different chapter officials, the land boards. So we look forward to working with the council and the youth council. Agency councils, the report starting out with Eastern Navajo, Northern Agency, and then we also had a Western Agency on the same day. I was only able to make the Northern Agency call that day. The next one was Fort Defiance Agency and Central Agency. At the very same moment, both agencies called me to make my report. And so I introduced myself with Central Agency, and then I was in person with Fort Defiance Agency. And so that was a little bit of a juggle, but we got our reports done from the Office of the President and Vice President. And then we also have gone out to the chapters. I've gone to different chapter meetings. And again, one of the number one issues that our chapter membership are talking about are the roads. We need to produce it, we need to use it, we need to make sure it stays, the jobs need to stay on Navajo Nation. And with that, anybody and everybody that has the power from the state levels to the federal levels to the county levels, we talk to them and we tell them and we express to them that we can do this. We can do this as Navajo. Let us do it. And so hopefully those words get to where they need to get, and we're able to start producing our own gravel, and we start taking care of our own roads. BIA water bottle project 10 chapters in Eastern Navajo Nation. That's where they started from. They delivered water to these chapters, bottled water, gallon size, and then the 16-ounce bottle. To the rest of Navajo. I've met with our constituents, our people in person, here at the Office of the President and Vice President, out in the communities, in town. When we're out shopping, I've met with a lot of individuals. Our people come to us and they talk to us, and we give them that time to express themselves. Aro apesh behenne endi yeshich enda halne. Email, text messages, even social media. We are open to the public. Our doors are open to the public. We're here to listen and we're here to do the work that we said that we were going to do. Ako ani o khut ashik e na nishin tkhagi e yan khasalla. Njina go adat ilnil al kha nejako hajo e khilta huilnago. Shay hut abansis case to hut ashit citizen deeds shik e da halon lay not nail jean there e hut ashit in the hut netoshit yadalke shnale to hut akuje hut e el hilda deal nesto hut e na that il nil that no e bayadelt. And so thank you so much to each and every one of our 24 delegates here in the Navajo Nation Council. Thank you so much for being that person that stepped up and said we are going to help our people and we're going to work together. Ako eya ehiha en kidedesh nito ehiha shiyaja kurosha huin aigi ehiha.
Ehiha President Boo Nygren and also Kwadoshama Vice President Rochelle Montoya for providing us the State of the Navajo Nation address. Ado kwaigi e na adikide but so it's Honorable Toth, your request to speak first in queue. Oh, motion, yeah. The motion by Honorable Ricky Nez, second by Honorable Nota. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. Now we'll turn it over to comments and questions. Honorable Toth.
Thank you, Speaker, Madam. Koro sasabehatis sito kwet not ani ni klenigi kwaya e hasinilsago. Dis anlenigi behatis. With all due respect, Mr. President, Vice, I have some concern and issue which you delegate some people in your cabinet. It seems to be director that you appoint sa ibatahani. Those jo nation dal nistala halet at nikiltahan net as hola. A call during your campaign, sir. Compassion, denni. Auto teamwork, commitment. Auto obligation. What are not be a yalti? A kodats it either. Ni director than Linigi dadats, but a hadatsi. Nakhalchini dat ich atash kedo ich ain't idom lahina that they no khudaye delin shiko. You need to talk to your division director. Ashkhonde Khalit out anjano esa be koroyalti eko Jano shi da nashnin innocente. There is a problem in these division. Ako nakhalchini datsi. Jo bada na nasteo spane. If you don't do it, there's the door. The linahalo. Ela khait at ela. Azan hilkhanne open door policy dahne. Ato inta. Akhot ayanakhe. Eko aro salat soro ahote snat ani. I see ye go nahot I ajik appoint it in lie to jod neya yelti to salat so at salat so organization at askai agency e asalat so bajini pati ne khashat ati neko akod od nehata pijil Lana napet no computer da you got the yi nilianakhe. Oyon da sigit is not ani. I height ado li jointzen. So lots of a job by it. Niet bij de huizen. Eben na halita die listo halita hastel die li. Ono wita. But Ghana le what ahata rasol iga haya na gato no. Abalat ite. Mr. President. Akut pada hajopan halchinan steyot khan which akut bejetaneske so resign day just because of hostile work environment. Is that what we want? I don't think so. Koro hotabe sido li joto li chutne shonte adot hedoli jobich yadi tito jolka hotaka ako ya korot shitil ashnat ani adon hinan sholto o eshida khait ada kon all those comics we can forward to you and look at it, see what's going on. Some of these employees are afraid to speak because they've been retaliation by not. So how do we defend our veterans employees? I like to defend. If it's not my job, I will defend the employees. Thank
Honorable Toth, Ado Kunabana Asogi. We have Honorable Chair Vince James.
Dan Speaker, Ado Shinat Arno Tanigi, Kodo Lange and Hadaso Kahigi, Ado Shat Kahasiko, Kodo Lange Behati Zihigi, Yadi Kodo Dam Hat Egida Dam Nihinanesh Oshela, Will your office still be addressing the investigation of the previous administration hazard and duty pay? What anan hidel kidnet spring session yet danko. Auto number 2, Arizona minimum wage, 1385. Ato hat egila hina hat ato halit oig ati kunzade ato olch netala. Ako halit hina hat la ade na kiko so ket hat lines the so kahigi. Nana talk from the AD business unit numbers for our chapters, for our ARPA chapter projects. Oko aje has aniki highlight even na ala I say a kid that the ni kaisali ni here not on ni liniki ni here ni get atole do OMB be get atole when these projects are not done. Ni here kodon ha is the league at large none hit that dole. Benin, Benina, late o Sela, Nana think on the veterans, Navajo Nation Council not involved in appointment of director of a 6 years contract. Ela hate Ecuador 6 years but that Ala Jacona has Anigi, Asha Aninleda, be has Ani Italian, de Shantok, Asa no, be Yadat hit Ela Hot in Lanson, Ecuador Benadish Kidole. Rule addressing number 5. What is the update on chapter projects? Division of Community Development nor Public Safety is addressing and sharing these information with our chapters to utilize the ARPA funds. Nana HPL Hopi Partition Land. Ajin Hitaneke Inigi. They have a Hopi jurisdiction land issue to get infrastructures to their home site to address the needs that they need for our Navajo children and families. Nana gravel pit Tazin Linigi Tawazigi Jo Aja Hot Ab and Hat An Eco Aya Lahajin Hinahat Atsalin Eco Adonana Navajo Historical Preservation. Altot edat tone ye nan hin kunzatin hil jishin leko edat hayu ado lebe ik ina zi onko bini now we can't get any project situated. Ado at the same time, the Navajo Historical Preservation Office is short staffed, very short staffed. It's delaying installing a lot of projects throughout the Navajo Nation. And nobody brings that up. Nana the one-stop shop. There's not enough staff and it's delaying installing projects. Home site lease, home site lease, but they are one-stop shop. Adonana, we know we have a lot of issues in finance. Finance, Office of the Controller has ando yego ado leben nahot. Are there any plans on contracting that out? Ben nahot edo do ye yaltieda. Arjun ben nahot short staff has ango do naiki yaltieda. Arjun staff they nishigi da hand me down equipment so that ehigi ye days nish halet ado ba la jokonda has anko in 15 honanat at Burnside to Greasewood. 16 million's been sitting there for 5 years, over 5 years. When are we going to use that? When are we going to start phase 1 project? Jokonda has anko yego nahot eto no beso onas nelo obelaho ya del keho bani kreko Navajo EPA honanat Toye has anje. It once housed a nursing home. It once housed a police headquarters of the Navajo Nation. When is the cleanup going to happen in Toye? RBDO jito hananat eko eshin binya tatit leshinat
Chair James, Ado Konebanas, soy Vice Chair Simonson.
Oh, yeah, Madam Speaker Curley, thank you. Ado Ade Shanant Noflinigi, President Nigrin, as well as Ms. Montoya. Ihahat Kwa Nahanoya, Ado Nihista, Dan Lenigi Ito, Ado Bina Bashilhajon, Kwa Elchina no Sele. Solni Nijonago e sad baby hatzi do ya ye go nant idole ultra yi galo a co hard that later are ding hita data has tadole. Oh yeah, hotel bantas case. So I really appreciate the time that you took to speak to these young people and you treated them like they were like they are the important people that they are. So I appreciate that time from you. I just want to also want to say that I've had the opportunity, I haven't really had the opportunity to see all of your division directors at work, but two that constantly come upon our path and are constantly moving. And I want to acknowledge Ms. Debbie Nesmanuel as well as Mr. Thomas Cody, who seem to be really working diligently on making the changes needed in their respective departments, and something that will really be meaningful work and really making changes where changes need to be made. So I'm really thankful, and I see their energy and see the amount of work they put in. I'm also going to hold you to your promise with the meeting with Deb Howland, and I would like to prepare to get that meeting going, and I believe we will need to include Mr. Newland, because I believe that from what I understood last week, any issues that come before Howland, she wants to know if Newland's apprised of it. So we should certainly maybe perhaps meet with Newland prior to Howland's meeting. So I will prepare that. I also need your leadership, and again, this might be it might be spearheaded between yourself and the speaker, as well as the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. We need to meet with the Hopi tribe so that for my delegate region, we can update our road maintenance agreement that's over maybe 10 years old, maybe 20. We need to collaborate on watershed conservation efforts as it impacts 3 major washes on the Hopi Reservation. You also mentioned that you appointed, not you, but your department appointed 8 members of the council to be on the water negotiation team. And we were given some updates a few days ago on that process. And I was really, to my chagrin, my name was not on that negotiation team. I'm really going to say whether that was intentional and deliberate is questionable. And so I would very much, what people, some of our DOJ folks will say that 2012 settlement was great and that we should have already went for it at that time. If it was so great, then I ask you, how much water were we going to get out of it? And the answer is there was no number to that. And so my communities of the Tlajin region have been protecting their water for over 20, over 30, over 40, over 50 years. And we have that advocacy. It is very strong. And my communities, with the leadership of our delegate at that time, Mr. Witherspoon, went against that 2012 settlement. We did not agree with it. And so here again, I have that opportunity. And I will fight tooth and nail to be on that negotiation team, because this is the legacy that was left by people, by women, by elders, such as Catherine Smith, Pauline Whitesinger, Roberta Blackcoat. They're the people who fought for this way of life, and I will continue that fight. This negotiation team is extremely critical for me in my region, because it also talks about how we will continue to work with the Hopi tribe as we coexist with them. So thank you, and thank you for being here. Yeah.
Vice Chair Simonson. We have Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you for those listening online and staying informed about our tribal government and the things we are trying to do to improve them as much as we can in our capacities. And thank you to President and Vice President for your report. As a new delegate, I know the traveling you must be doing, you know, how much people you're listening to. And sometimes I understand now that it keeps you up late at night when you think about people and you're worrying about them. So I do appreciate the work that you're doing. Yeah. But my question goes to the immediate thing is ARPA. I want to know how we can get more communication to our constituents for our ARPA projects. An example, again, I'm a new delegate and I don't have all the information, and I know we are going through transition, and your directors are also in the same boat as me in trying to get information out. But I really want our information to be consistent from your office, our office, to our chapter officials, to the chapter managers and the CSEs. We all need to be saying the same thing about, you know, what's available for our ARPA projects. I've been attending many of my chapter meetings, and there the community people are confused about, you know, which projects are out there, how they can get help. So I don't know if there's a radio message you could provide, if you could put it into the newspaper, put it on social media. We need to just do our marketing on our ARPA projects like really hard. And that way it helps me to answer the questions and be informed and really help my community, make sure that we are also spending that money in a fiscally responsible way. So any way you could help me to get that clear message to the community and my constituents, it would be very, very helpful for me. So thank you. I waive my time.
Vice Chair Yazzie. Next in queue, we have Honorable Ricky Nez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Council. Aron Harchina, Queen Gilhonalonigi, Arnoldsko. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. President, for taking the time to meet with our children. It reminds me of when I used to coach soccer and basketball. It was such an inspiration. So, Aro Chief Justice, Queen Gilhonalonigi, Aro Shitajan the Schnedo, Vice President Montoya. Yat eho she Koron Hano, Ash Ayo, Kidden the Shano, Tlingia, and Habahun, so I'm not going to spank you on that. And I'm really glad that you speak Shatsala Sad Behan Ziko Beshbahas Anbasnash Nisto Nditni. It inspired me to kind of like write a song, which when I'm done with it, I can share with you and we can sing together. Beshbasa ane betnash nisto, Beshbasa ane betnash nisto. The no ispasto let, Shaitan Likato let it sella. The dirige Huchit Hasko. The drum beat and the rhythm of your heart has to be in sync. When it's a case, Hatsodezen she's to Ajip, but I did igi that a cohe and Haini Hagina Kigon Jodish Artenson go. Nespehos and Obahons and the Lestida, any Baha or G home site lease hat nego. Then La Todorts and Trishbe at then a hot end home site lease baby end has dear. Dohast a day later, a few years ago, Mr. President, our Navajo people had issues with birth certificates. And I believe at each agency's, the Vital Statistics Office from BIA, I believe, as well as Navajo Nation and the states came together. And they were like, I remember them being at a city market in Shiprock. People, some didn't have birth certificates. Some of them had mistakes on them. They went over there and corrected, and they were just so happy that that happened. Now, I believe that we can apply the same principle at each agency set up through the Navajo Land Department. How many Navajos announce it on the radio? Get an update on it, help them get it completed. The second thing, back in August 5th, 2015, Gold King Mine Spill happened at Silverton, Colorado. Navajo Nation, Lake Powell, I took my legislation off the agenda today. I would like to have two meetings, one in Nahnizad, hoping to invite you
as well as the Attorney General. She was the Attorney General at the time when it happened. Honorable Chair Charles Noon, could you torture not on in there? Farmers get it, but let's not eat no, but not wait. And we'd like for you to take the time, if you could, when we set a date, we'll let you know and have you be present to speak with the Navajo farmers as well. I want to talk about this, and I'd like to reserve my time. Thank you.
Shiyaj, Honorable Nez. At this time, we'll turn the floor back over to President Nygren and Vice President Rochelle Montoya for the responses.
Yeah, what ola asinaide kido shana and then it besh bahas ana besndesh nish. But it only works too. I'm glad that most of us together, we've had many fruitful discussions. Asaho hojit khata do beltida. Anit in and zono khilta huil khata khanel goen zono sendit sale. Ishi to khan zono behodin anigation na. Thank you so much. But again, George yat eshananta yat ehon zono na eden kit ani hote competency khait on spahozin compassion khait on jena yishna. Traune khait on na anestigo but bin ash, meaning that one of the things I take to heart, George, I just want you to know is I tell my division directors every single day and directors, every dollar you make is a Navajo dollar. So get up, move around. Nahitna, the nebananna, the nebanandnish. Khashet o it ski so diho the neba Washington it was like ski so nado le nenegi. That's one of the things I expect out of them. I expect them on Sundays. I expect them late. I expect them early, because I truly believe that a more efficient, effective government is for the Navajo people. And that's what I hope. I look forward to the emails that you'll send my way, because I want to look at it. Because I visited and walked a few divisions and buildings, and I've had some people come up to me and tell me it's like it's never going to happen. This is not going to work. To me, it's very important. Even the money I get and the employees that they get, that if you're being paid by the Navajo people, you better be waking up in the best interest of the Navajo people. And if you don't want to be here, so that's one of the things that I really take to heart, Shananta, because I truly believe this is the only time I'm going to be president. I'm not going to take this position for granted. So while I am president, I want to make sure every dollar that is spent for the Navajo people is spent wisely. So so those are the things I think about when it comes to my division directors and my staff. And I look forward to the emails you'll send me. And like I said, there's a few people I visited throughout the Navajo Nation government. And to hear employees feel like there's no hope, there's no direction, or to me, I don't want to. Time is now. Navajo dollars are valuable. Every single day. So like I said, I'm looking forward to reading those emails personally and getting down to see Haishbenina. And we got to get going. Vince, that's the reason why. I really want to make sure we are efficient, we're effective, and we want people that enjoy their job to be working on within the Navajo Nation government, because they're being paid by Navajo people. If you love your job, we want you at Navajo. If you love your job to help our people, we want you at the Navajo Nation government. So, thank you so much. Thank you. Ado, I think that was the main one. Sorry, my scribbling here. Accountability, policy, veterans. Oh, veterans. That's what I tell my veterans director. I know that we can't learn everything in 98 days, but we are pushing the pace as fast as we can, making sure that my main intention that I tell everybody is, sometimes I might be a little rude to my division directors and my staff, but that's just the way it is. That the nayet hitahoni case. Then, like I said, Vince is real good at it. And some of you, the words that you have shared with me, I take that to heart. And the veterans behind, like I said, that's one of the things that we're working on. I know that there's people that are for it, against it, but a lot of it's just the way it is when it becomes to political appointees. I wish that we could keep, every 4 years, you get a lot of political appointees. So that's just the way it is. You're never going to win them over. I wish I had a magic wand and they loved everything that we're doing. But in the best interest of our veterans, I made that commitment that we have somebody in my office, somebody at the veterans office, making sure that they're coming in and taking the time, because there's a lot of people that do come into the president's office that they sit down and talk with our veterans and try to point them in the right direction. So and thank you for your service. And then Vince, my little brother. So again, Vince, I think that you're very right on point with the minimum wage law. Arizona, $13.85, New Mexico, $12, Utah with $7. I know that discussion, I think at NABI was discussed, and that they're really looking forward into how do we bring it up to par, because the people that are affected, one of I know we're going to do some, I think, listening sessions at all the agencies, which is a great idea. The people that are affected are the ones that, and I support that. I support helping our small businesses, helping our small employees that don't have a voice, that just barely have enough, work at the gas stations, work at the restaurants, the janitors, or even within the Navajo Nation government. Some of them don't even make $12 an hour, $13 an hour. So I think it's a green light on my end if that comes before my desk, that with the right resources and the right making sure that the community has its input, I'll be more than happy to sign a minimum wage law. So like I said, those are the gas attendants, the janitors, the cleaners. I think thank you for bringing that up and wanting to fight and advocate for them. I appreciate that. And and I think again, I think you mentioned the 6-year appointment. I think that's one of the things we got to revisit within the Veterans Administration. It should coincide with the administration. It should coincide with whoever's coming in, to make sure that we're not looking at contract dialogue, because I know there's a timeline, there's a certain amount of days that somebody has to continue to serve in that capacity, but I'm all for it. Let's make sure that it coincides with a political appointment the way it should be, and move on with that. Rule addressing. I know that recently we moved it over from DCD over to public safety, and I believe it's almost to the point where it's going to go through the 164 process. So once it's through the 164 process, I will keep you in the loop and bring you on over to make sure. Then the other thing we're doing too is we're trying to perfect not only the 164. Earlier I said 6 days to get the 96 million to NTUA. Guess how long it sat over at the other place to get the money in the books? We rushed real quick, and then it sat for another 9 days. It's just those little tweaks, and we were able to fix it in 45 minutes of bringing people together. So those are the times of things I really want to do, is not only when we sign the contract, but from there, making sure the dollars get there as quickly as possible. So we're really looking into that. And again, my approach has been, let's get it done. You know, don't just tell me why we can't do it. Tell me what you have tried. Is one of the big things that I talk about, and I support all my staff too, and all the criticism that's coming my way, as I've told all my staff, and as I told being the voice of the Navajo people, send them my way. I want to be able to take a lot of the punches and take a lot of the criticism. I'm more than open to that. But again, I really appreciate us working through that, and hopefully within the coming weeks, let's make it a goal, middle of May. Let's get it not just through the 164, but let's make it a goal to get it allocated so that we can get it going. Hopi partition land, the gravel pits. I'm glad you brought that up. We've met with Garrett Silversmith. There's 4 places across Navajo that look very viable. So we're really gearing up on trying to figure out what it's going to cost to maintain these gravel pits. We're going to reach out to some agencies and some chapters to figure out where can we strategically stage some sand, some gravel, so that people within the community members can get it a lot closer to them. Because I know right now there's 2 in northern Arizona, 1 towards I think Greasewood in that area, and I think there's another one. I forget where that one's located. Oh, one's in New Mexico, so in northern New Mexico. So I think there's 4 places that we're looking at. But again, I think that it's just really encouraging our community members. You should have your own gravel pit in your own area. Let's make sure that there's accessibility, because there's recently dealing with all the mud and everything like that. Having access to gravel would really help our communities. And then you mentioned just the short staffing in general with historical land department, and then getting them on board. That comes back down to pay too. It comes back down to pay and housing. Where can we house them? Even right now, half my staff are still driving a couple hours a week, and some of them even sleep in their vehicle. So, but they're trying to make that commitment. I also want to make it a challenge to the Navajo Nation Council. Let's really get behind a nice employee housing complex in Window Rock, so we don't have that housing shortage, that we can make sure that when we fill these positions, people have a place to stay and they're not sleeping in their vehicles or driving 2 to 3 hours a day just to get to a job. So I'm looking forward to if we can propose a project like that, to have it here on Navajo. And then in 15, I'm sorry that it's been 6 years. Let's look into that and let's figure out how can we get that on the books and out there. So really, like I said, I tell my people we got 44 months now, so let's go. Let's do as much as we can. The clock's ticking. And I think that's just that old analogy. Tomorrow is never guaranteed, so let's do what we can do today. NEPA, and housing, and Toye, again, we'll get you a thorough update on that one. We'll definitely work with my team to get you that update. Honorable Simonson, thank you. Yeah, one of the things I think that really stood out to me in your comment was that you feel like your voice is not being heard. I know that 8 people have been appointed to that committee. I think I have an open spot on the executive side, so I think that if we don't fill your spot on the council side, I'm more than happy to fill that 1 spot on the executive side so that you're on it, so don't worry about that. We'll work something out. So as long as I don't lose any friends. Just kidding. Just teasing. But yeah, so I want you to know that if we can't fill the spot on the 8, then we'll find one on the executive side so that your voice is representative for your community that will be affected. Navajo Hopi Land Commission, definitely let's meet when we set up that meeting with the chairman, and we'll bring NDOT and figure out what we can do to develop an MOA, comprehensive plan, to make sure that an agreement so that we can make sure that Navajos and Hopis can really have a good maintenance program. And speaking of maintenance, I know that all of us, potholes, one of the initiatives that I've talked to Garrett Silversmith is, because you go down New Mexico DOT, they're not being filled. You go on Arizona roads, not being filled. You go down a certain route that's not Navajo route. So one of the things I proposed was, why can't we just invest in a pothole machine that, let's just go fill state routes and New Mexico routes and go back charge them. If they don't want to come out here and do it, let's go do it and back charge them. Because just the other day, my chief of staff blew 2 tires going down New Mexico, I think 491, and that's a little scary. And just imagine everybody, and he was driving one of those old Tribes, and I think a lot of the people that only drive vehicles, because a pothole can really take a vehicle out. So that's, to me, that's going to be a challenge to Garrett that I gave to him the other day when I got some news like that. Is let's just start filling them and start back charging. They're going to say, hey, leave our roads alone. We'll maintain our own roads that don't need to. So again, that's a challenge. I'm willing to take some heat from our state partners, but what's important is the safety of our community and the safety of our people and their vehicles, because that's the only investment that they have. Some of them don't have houses, some of them, but the only thing that they do have is their vehicle. So let's make sure that we get in the business of potholes and make sure that at least we fill them up. He also mentioned setting up that meeting with DOI. we'll definitely reach out to Brian. I know we'll set that up and see if we can. I know we just came back from that meeting in D.C., but it'd be nice, as big as the Navajo Nation is, as much influence that the Navajo Nation does carry in Indian country, we should have our own meeting with all the same people that were represented that day, so we can have our voices heard. I think you mentioned kudos to Debbie and Thomas. And I know they're listening. Over there, you guys sit down. Shh. Don't let it get to them. Hey. And then you mentioned ARPA. I think communication is key. No. That's Cheryl, Miss Honorable Yazi. Again, good afternoon. Thank you. Communication is key. I know even when I look at the ARPA website, even I kind of look through it. So we gotta simplify it. I think simplifying it to where that dollars and things that are being allocated, let's make it simple enough to where whether you have a high school education or a doctorate, that you should be able to look at it and be able to visually see it, because we've already have dollars associated with it. Because I know they've got that website, and like I said, I look at it and sometimes I get a little lost myself. So you heard that, Tom Platero. Let's really simplify that process and make sure that we make it simple enough to where it's a lot easier to be able to navigate. You mentioned and thank you, Honorable Yazi. He's always got former Chairman Ricky Nez. I appreciate it. I know we're going to work on that song. And trail ride, too. I know the summer trail ride's coming out, so I'll definitely be joining the trail rides this summer. So it's been a while since I've been on a horse, so we'll make that happen. The home site lease process, I think that's a great time to do it. I think summertime is coming up. Let's make sure that let's set up at the, if Cell One can set up at the bashes all across Navajo land, we should be able to help find some sponsors, make it a little fun, and make it an event to actually get real data. Because I think what you're getting at is data. We need data. Well, having the data and the right information, we can really do some good work on that. So I'm going to task, I think, Mike Holona, who's here as well. So Mike, let's work on that, and let's work on finding some partnerships and really making an event out of it to make sure that the 5 agencies are covered, and let's do that event. So I know he's probably listening online, and don't be sweaty, Mike. Calm down. Home site lease. And then the Gold King mine, I know that you mentioned it to me earlier yesterday on Saturday. Let's work on that. Once you get that meeting set, definitely we'll be in attendance to make sure that the concerns of the constituents and people that really truly have been affected, or their voices are being heard as well. Yep. And then Vice President, I'm gonna. She's real good at making. I think we're a good team. We're a good duo. There's certain things I get real excited about: economic development, revenue generating, and jobs. And then Vice President, we really complement one another. She really handles a lot of tasks that bring joy to her heart. So thank you, Vice President. I'll hand it over to you.
Mr. Tolt, Council Delegate Tolt, veterans, from my understanding and my observation, the Division Director Do Koroshi Yaj Olin Yinadnishko Eya ish, and there probably is a little bit of separation, like you mentioned, but like I said in our inauguration, we may not agree on certain things, but let's come to a conclusion. I think that's the mindset that we're at right now. As I've always mentioned, there's different issues that happen across Navajo Nation with different chapters, different communities. It's the same way with our veterans. There's issues happening, and we're pulling through it. We're working through it. So just know that we're aware of it, and we know what's happening. And as for myself, as you know, he was a veteran, a Vietnam veteran. My husband is a veteran. My oldest son is a veteran. So that's why I keep my eye on that part of our administration. So please know that, Shiaj. Other than that, that's it. Thank you.
The other thing I wanted to mention too was, I know to all 24 of you, one of the things I want to propose is I'd really love to have this dialogue on a monthly basis, because I think it's very fruitful it's always fun to really have that good dialogue of accountability, transparency. So if we could work on that, I really would want to request that from the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Let's really come together on a monthly basis. I'll make sure that my division directors are here. Maybe it's the same setup, but we kind of have a lot of these discussions while we're all in the same room. So I really want to encourage that, if we can really have this monthly discussion, because all of us in this room just want to go, get things done. Where's this at? Where's that at? Because it'd also be a good time for me to really make sure that we all get to know one another and make sure that division directors are present, and so that when we come to the quarterly council sessions, that it's very fruitful and that we're really singing the same song and we're really making things happen. So that's a proposal I want to throw out there. I'd be willing to meet, spend the whole day together, make sure that we have this same dialogue on things that you're thinking about and focus on, so that we can really help you out there. Because all of us, I know every single 24 delegates in here, you're the ones that really see our people on a daily basis all the time. So yeah. Vince, yate. I scribbled too much. Maybe I scribbled too much because I was trying to avoid it. Just kidding. But you asked that question about ongoing investigations. We're evaluating that, because I know that there is some information that has come my way, and that we've put a stop to some of those things. But we're really trying to put a comprehensive, detailed report together that will definitely sit down with probably the Law and Order Committee or the council at B, just to review some of that information. And so we are looking into that. I know that that's been on the dialogue, and I think within the first couple of weeks we were able to find some of those things. So, and then also within those things there are some tough challenges, because there are people involved, and people involved outside of Navajo and stuff like that, to where it's we just got to figure out how to come together and make sure that we come to a resolve so we can continue moving forward. Again, as I mentioned to Mr. Toth, I take every dollar really seriously when it comes to Navajo, especially when it comes to our employees and our people, and making sure that we move this nation forward. So once we're more thorough on it, let's have those discussions instead of so let's work on that.
Thank you for that, President Nygren, Vice President Montoya. Colleagues, I am assisting a speaker at this time who's taken a little break, so I'll be serving as Speaker Pro Tem. Next in the lineup, we do have Delegate Otto So. Delegate Otto So, per Rule 11 of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, you do have 5 minutes on the clock. You can also defer your time to another delegate if needed. With that, Speaker Otto So, the floor is yours.
Speaker Pro Tem, also members of the Navajo Nation Council. Ado ni kita is ando sina so lache uljish yoshinant silido adish che or sitsui ado hajin so ni now so ne do nanish de bindashil nishto de ya de not right away that prove it that ya. That's what I'm trying to look out for, hear out for. Hane la hawa that ya. I know that the administration is still going through the learning curve by each of the division directors that are in place. The returning division directors shouldn't have an excuse to say, we're waiting on this and that. But the ones that came in, they're learning the tribal system. Because it's nasa de laws. A small corridor, small period of time from the first quarter. The administration, the division directors, the managers, the workforce work under the two of you. Your direction, they are a reflection of your administration. Pretty soon, you're going to be carrying in big binders and asking for money on behalf of the Navajo people to say, oh, we want to provide direct services and we want this much money. At halit ala e yaliki chidadet ane khait ego pepe da ajnishtocha e hashodas e. Earlier, the discussion was that Honorable James was saying, "Hashit ash di itneta, di do itneta, beso ni ichna." I haven't heard the term, we need this much money to be infused into the executive branch to continue the direct services. Because appropriation, that's our responsibility. If the mother government on the executive branch needs some sort of infusion, maybe that's the issue, because all of the delegates, my colleagues, are going to say, Land Department this, Department of Transportation this, Social Service this. Peso aten. Na nishindo nishi aten. Peso ba haten hat no nihish hanne the orientation de. Ebony na adishne. Alit la na nishigi aban soho. The other is that we really need to amend, we really need to get your directors to start looking at how they could make a recommendation to change some of the CFRs. CFRs govern Indian country, whether it's leasing, whether it's economic development, whether it's education, scholarship. We have congressional representatives that could make that pitch to Congress, because Congress is the only entity that could change the CFRs. I have brought this issue to the past administration. If we don't change the CFR, economic development is going to be still in the same ruckus. The other programs that's based off of the CFRs, the marching order is there based off of your authorities that's granted to you by law. You're trying to find your way through that pool of water. And ebony na koko I see ani ishna le Washington ne kago hot up in nash yego be now o hot an.
Speaker So. Thank you, Speaker So. Your time is up. We'll go ahead and move down to the next delegate in the lineup, Delegate Brenda Jesus.
Pro Temp Speaker, Madam Chair Charles Newton, and also again members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Nygren and Shadeja, Vice President Montoya, and also your staff here from OPVP, and to the young individuals here from Page High School that you had acknowledged at your office. I just want to greet you here to the council chambers. So there's some issues that I have, and chairing their Resources and Development Committee, I believe these are some of the very important issues. One is grazing issues on Navajo Nation Trust land in Eastern Navajo, which is on checkerboard land status. We know that sheep units has been an issue, and I know a lot of this reduction in sheep units by the Bureau is due to drought concerns. But the question here that I'd like to pose here is to address this with the Bureau of Indian Affairs and with your assistance and collaboration, I'd like to bring these concerns and issues to the Bureau of Indian Affairs regarding vegetation analysis. I don't know if it has been conducted across the Navajo Nation on trust land and Eastern Navajo Agency area. And I'm glad that my colleague, Mr. So, did touch up on CFRs. We really need to go back and work with the Interior on CFR, 25 CFR Chapter 1, Subchapter 8, Part 166. This is irrelevant to the Eastern Navajo grazing permit holders. There is an issue on trust land grazing permits that a lot of the permit holders do not pay a fee, but in Eastern Navajo we do have our permit holders paying fees there. So we would like to start streamlining in hopes that this administration can at least get the discussion going. Ado Kunagi abandoned uranium mines. Listening thus far, it's disheartening to learn, see, and hear the huge impact this has done, to our people on Navajo Nation, whether it's the people that we had lost and the current people that are being affected by this, and then our younger generations to come. So there has been cohort studies that had taken place, which I believe may be a lineage issue, and I know that we have a lot of abandoned uranium mines on Navajo Nation, and I'd like to see if we can get the other half that hasn't been funded yet to make this a priority with this administration, Shanat Ani. So I know that you have a good individual there as Executive Director, Mr. City, who has already been at the forefront of discussions with some local organizations like in the Church Rock area, Red Water Pond Road and Pipeline Road, individuals that are very concerned and they want answers. So maybe with this we can go ahead and partner up and make this a priority as well. The other part is the illegal trash dumps across the Navajo Nation. How can we partner with our agencies to address this big issue as it affects groundwater, vegetation, the nation, somehow to consider a trash fill? I know there's big federal EPA regulations against a landfill, but we just need to start dialogue on this so that a lot of our constituents don't have to go all the way to the border towns to get their trash disposed. The next one is land surrender. INTEC has been in discussion with the home chapter of Ninahanzad. We did have a meeting a couple of weeks ago, but the complexity of liability concerns that is being posed by legal counsel with the Navajo Nation, I would like for you to be at our next work session with Resources and Development Committee and the constituents of Ninahanzad to listen to their concerns as this land has been properly remediated, and now it's just in a stage where it needs to be returned to the Navajo Nation. To get this land back to Ninahanzad chapter. The last one is the dilapidated office buildings for a lot of our divisions and departments across the Navajo Nation. I'm not sure if past administrations had started this dialogue for improving OSHA standards for our human capital, and it is a big concern. So I don't know if we can get a bigger building to where we can house everyone at a one-stop shop concept. So I thought that would be a priority. So it's Madam Speaker, Pro Tem.
With no reserved time, Delegate Jesus, you don't have any more time left. So we'll go ahead and go down to the next person. But before we do, I'd like to remind everybody in the gallery and those who are here in chambers to make sure that your phone is on mute. Anytime your phone goes off, it disrupts our meeting and it disrupts the work that is being done on behalf of the Navajo Nation and the Navajo people. So if you could please kindly look down at your phone and make sure that they are on mute so that you're not disrupting our meeting. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over at this time to Delegate Dr. Andy Nez.
Great, thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem Charles Newton. Aro to Shanado, Shamakudo, Honorable Nigran, as well as Montoya, and the rest of your staff here. Aro Kudo, our 25th Navajo Nation Council, and everyone here in your People's Chambers. So I have several questions. The first one is the liaison with the Office of President and Vice President with our respective states, if that is currently in existence, and if not, is that something that OPVP is going to look into? And if it is existing, then who are those individuals? The next one is, I didn't see in the report your goals and outcomes of the administration. Come summer session, what can we as the 25th Navajo Nation Council and our people expect out of OPVP within 3 months? At the time of winter session, Honorable Shadeja Shandin Parish had asked for a 100-day plan, which we did not receive at the time, and we're at 98. However, we come to a next 98 within summer session, and it'd be great to identify what we as a council can expect. The next thing is also if there are any internal assessments that are concerning ARPA projects. And to my understanding, I know there has not been any to expend the funds, and my team and I are monitoring closely on how the allocations under CJN 4121 are being allocated and used. What are those hindrances? And looking forward to what we can propose come summer session. The next thing I also want to bring up is, what is OPVP also doing to obligate ourselves, not only as the 25th, but as the executive and the Navajo Nation governing body, to our communities in urban areas? Earlier you said, you mentioned that you like to keep track of every Navajo dollar. Well, our urban Navajos help populate and generate those funding for Navajo Nation. So what is the administration doing now as an obligation to our urban Navajo communities? Also, the assistance of our buildings. I know recently you met with the Department of Education, who probably is currently freezing at the moment, but I know that many of our employees are also coming along those same experiences, and anything that you can to support. And I know those are our own challenges as well, and doing what we can on our end, but just an update on that status. Also, a few last comments here. We, the community of Red Lake and Navajo, are still waiting for you to accept our invitation to talk about the old NFPI, which is a long-time Navajo enterprise that has left billions in cleanup in the community of Navajo, New Mexico, which then those toxins, the hexavalent chromium, asbestos was within our creeks, that goes all the way down to Sanders. So we still want to apprise you. We want both individuals there. We don't want a representative. We don't want anything other than the two of you there, and we would kindly respect that you guys help and hear and listen to those concerns of our community. The next is to also emphasize cross-commissioning with your parties. I know you gave us a list of everyone that you've been meeting with, but within my regions of Fort Defiant, Sawmill, Crystal, and Red Lake, each of them share counties. They also share states, and their residents are within both, and sometimes it's often conflicting and challenging when it comes to education, when it comes to public safety. So anything that your office and administration can do to help enhance that would be appreciated. And the last thing I want to reemphasize earlier the comment about employees under the purview of your division directors and the treatment and the traveling. Again, you're monitoring every dollar, just monitoring that as well to the extent of the division directors that you've selected. And I just want to take that time to address those questions, but also make those comments. Madam Pro Tem, I want to defer the rest of my time to Honorable Vince James. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Andy Naz. Again, committee delegates, Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 11, A and B does talk about, A, B, C, D does talk about the time that is allocated to a delegate for debate, and it does allow for a delegate to yield his or her remaining time to another delegate under Rule 11C. So with that, Delegate Vince James, I believe you have 45 seconds to make your argument. Do you accept the 45 seconds?
No, I accept the 45 seconds.
Okay, with that, 45 seconds on the clock.
Thank you for the time, President, though Vice President Kodo, In regards to Fort Defiance Agency RBDO, we have buildings that are sitting in Ganado that have been vacant and currently is being vandalized. It's not a priority to move in tenants into those facilities. We talk about economic revenue, putting revenue back into the general funds. We really need to address Fort Defiance RBDO on how they're moving forward with these buildings. Fine example, Lowe's in Burnside was built almost 10 years ago. Subway has not moved in up to this day. So we're losing a lot of revenue. I should look into this with Fort Defiance RBD.
Aya Janela, thank you for using up those 45 seconds given to you by Delegate Andy Naz. And just as a reminder, colleagues, if you don't use up all of your time, you can be nice and you can share your time with other delegates. So thank you, Delegate Andy Naz, for remembering the number one rule that Mom sends us off to, which is share. It's okay to share. So with that, we'll go ahead and move down to the next delegate in the lineup. We have Chairwoman Shandine Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, Chair Eugene and Charles Newton, for recognizing me. And thank you to President Nygren and Vice President Montoya for your report today. You know, everybody wants to talk about money, but the Budget and Finance Committee is still waiting for the collaboration. I think that, you know, it's a great sentiment to work together, but the Budget and Finance Committee has reached out multiple times to staff at the Office of the President and Vice President for meetings regarding the ARPA dollars, and if we're going to continue to talk about the spending needs, I think that it's important to have the Budget and Finance Committee a part of those discussions. So again, we extend that invitation to you, and I hope that you find our emails. The collaboration is important between the Budget and Finance Committee, the Office of the Comptroller, the Office of Management and Budget. You know, the Budget and Finance Committee, under the leadership of both Delegate Amber Knezba-Crotty and Speaker Damon, have suggested to meet with the Fiscal Recovery Fund's office on a weekly basis, and through Budget and Finance we have that relationship, and we've been working with Executive Director Tom Platero on making sure that we receive updates and also learning how we can, as legislators, make changes to you know, some of the challenging red tape that we put in front of ourselves as well. So again, we look forward to that collaboration. When we talk about ARPA dollars, I believe President Nygren, you made a statement that I guess it's unclear of where you stand on hardship dollars. That would be good for the Budget and Finance Committee to know how you see the vision for the rest of the ARPA dollars, because there are contingencies on these dollars, and you know, as the Budget and Finance Committee, we are working with the Resource and Development Committee and trying to spend these dollars within the deadlines that we've given ourselves, and also working with the federal government. So, you know, clarity on where we stand on how we're using those dollars is very important. And we want to talk about data. And when we think about who is producing data for us, we have one economist on the Navajo Nation. And I'd like to advocate for more support staff for our economists so that we have a vision for the future. One economist is, you know, I've sat down and met with her, and she's backtracking all of the information to make sure that we have historical data, yet we're losing out on the information that we need to gain from the large allocation that we have from the federal government. So just some food for thought. The last point I'd like to make before I reserve some time is on some of the points that Dr. Andy Nez, Delegate Dr. Andy Nez pointed out are, you know, it would be most effective for council and also the rest of the Navajo Nation to see goals and outcomes. It's good to monitor that. As standing committees, we're tasked from the speaker to have a list of priorities, and in the Budget and Finance Committee, we've also created timelines for those goals. And the last point I'd like to make is I just want to commend the leadership of the Executive Director of Public Safety for working with myself and staff from the Office of the President and Vice President on school safety discussions. Those are huge discussions that we need to have, that we need to continue. But I also want to advocate for our rangers across the board. Those rangers in EPA, Parks and Rec, Fish and Wildlife, our livestock rangers. They are also law enforcement across the Navajo Nation, and we need to make sure that they are also seen and heard when it comes to not only compensation, but respect across the board. Thank you. I believe Speaker Curley has returned, so I'm going to reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Chair Parrish, you have a reserved time of 50 seconds. Honorable Curtis Yanito, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker Curley. My concerns are about the safety of our community, Shinant Nigrin and Montoya. You need to report in Lado. It sounds like you guys are really pushing everybody around to make everything into a success task. The Navajo Nation, there really needs a major emergency management plan across the nation, because I see a lot of these they're trucking a lot of hazard materials and all kinds of gas materials across these nice roads that we have that is causing a lot of these potholes, and a lot of our port of entries are closed that I observe all the time, and a lot of these trucking, it happens during the night times when I'm coming back from my meetings. And then, we don't even have a trash facility, with all these people are, illegally dumping chemical wastes. On top of that, they're burning all this chemical trash too, and then there's a lot of abandoned homes that Vince James mentioned too, and it is all unsafe for our children. On top of that, we have these fume emissions from the oil fields, and there's a lot of waste material that's just been scattered out there among the communities that lives in these oil fields. Within this 24 hours, these people, they breathe in this immune flame emissions, and then the neighboring schools too, at recess, our children are breathing all these bad contaminated emissions. These cold uranium victims, with their water contamination, in the future, how are we going to really see and how are we going to protect our people, because we, as a nation, we continue supporting this exploration without no safety energy policy. Our waters are getting, contaminated. That we need a good fresh drinking water out on the reservoir, and because of this pandemic just happened, that really, gave this alertness to our communities with the safety. I'm thinking about all these accidents that happened previously, like the gold key mine spill not long, and then in the past there was a spill from the Shiprock nuclear tailing pile down in San Juan River, and nothing would ever have been done about that. And then our EPA is the one that's supposed to be overseeing a lot of these accidents, and they should be citing a lot of these kind of accidents. What is your plan, going about these kind of disaster for our safety of our community? You have the executive branch to oversee a lot of these departments to get all the resources to get this emergency management plan together. And then I reserve my time to Vince James. Yeah.
Reserve time of 1:21. If it's been mentioned, do you yield your time 1 minute and 21 seconds to Chairman James? Yahana Luwadoshi. Oh, Chair James, you have a yield time of 1 minute and 21 seconds. Kosh. I'll be watching.
Ayahadan, Speaker, Ado Nana Dam, Shia, Honorable Yanito, for the time, Ayahan Skago. Ado Kodo, Dida, Bahadis Sihigi is in regards to the portion of OMB. I know you went over and over with us, but our chapters are really in the process of waiting for their business unit numbers. I know you didn't respond back to it, President or Vice President. If we can get a response from you in regards to how soon, is there a timeline that you work with OMB to get these business unit numbers to the chapters so they can start moving? Are you working with Division of Community Development to get these business units out there to the chapters? They're kindly, respectfully waiting for these business unit numbers, and some of my chapters, and I believe my colleagues, have invoices that are awaiting as well. So, thank you.
Chair James. Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and thank you, President Niger and Vice President Montoya. Thank you both for meeting with our people around the Navajo Nation and for the work that you've completed thus far. I do have six questions and one request. First, I want to know, who is the president? I ask you that question because every time I reach out, I feel like I'm always referred to the chief of staff. I understand that that is his job. However, I too, like you, am an elected leader. So I am asking for the respect in the manner that when I reach out to you and I ask you a question, or I need to meet with you, that I meet with you and not your chief of staff. That would be like me sending my assistant to meet with the both of you on issues that may be pressing to the both of you. So out of respect, I am requesting that from this day forward. Number two, what are your top three priorities for the Navajo Nation and for the Navajo people? I just want the top three priorities. Number three, like Delegate Yazi stated, information about ARPA needs to be shared with the people on how they can apply for ARPA housing, ARPA bathrooms, water hookup, electricity connections both outside and inside the home. How is that information being shared with our Navajo people? Number four, you stated that there were 2,100 job vacancies. What is your plan to increase the wage of our Navajo employees? And I believe that Delegate Vince James touched upon the minimum wage, but I want to know what your plan is. In addition to that, the Law and Order Committee recently became aware of a coroner's pilot project. As was already stated again by my colleagues, we need to have a discussion about the budget. Not only are there issues regarding revenue, but there are now questions of paying competent wages to our Navajo employees and creating much needed positions. I would like to know how you plan to work with council to increase revenue, to address wages of our Navajo people, and to create positions such as the coroner's position, grant writers, grant administrators, and others. I'd also like to know what your plan is for addressing the disabled communities. We talked about housing shortage, but what we also need to be talking about as well are the many homes built by NHA that are not ADA compliant. Many of our disabled communities are made up of veterans, and I know that veterans is a huge and top priority for the both of you. So please understand that our disabled also include not only our elders, but our veterans as well. My last request, Speaker, is I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session with the President and the Vice President of the Navajo Nation to discuss children's safety. I think 30 minutes should be sufficient. I reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve time of 2 minutes and 10 seconds. There was a second by Honorable Parrish. Colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we have a motion to recess with the president and vice president for 30 minutes regarding point of order.
Speaker, that's a motion to go into executive session for 30 minutes. People included would be council of 25th Navajo Nation Council, as well as the president of the Navajo Nation and the vice president of the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
For that clarification, there's a motion on the floor by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton to enter into executive session for 30 minutes with President and also Vice President and the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And we do have a second motion by Chair Shondine Parrish. Second call. Third call. Then we'll go to the drawing board to enter into executive session for 30 minutes. Colleagues, just for clarification, we'll be needing a majority vote to enter into executive session. If you are online, feel free to text in your vote.